Hello everyone and welcome back to more South America ESL Challenger League action in Season 47. We were doing some more fun in this league last night, and we've got some more fun to come to you tonight as well. And this time I've got Dean alongside me for this one. It's going to be Fluxo versus Solid in these back-to-back BO1s. And this should be an interesting one because these two teams have played against each other a few times of late.
Yeah, and it hasn't gone too well for Solid, unfortunately, but this is a game here that could give them a chance to potentially even get back in towards the top 10 in the group. So if they can pull off even one map win to set themselves up to maybe try and get those couple of wins later, that could be fantastic for them. But unfortunately, it's not going to be easy. Both of these best of ones, I think, have ended up on maps that aren't tremendous for Solid. They're not amazing for Fluxo, but they're good enough that going in as the favourites, it shouldn't be too much trouble.
Yeah, I believe we can have a look at the league standings in the group as well, so we can see exactly how things stand, of course. Adel Amigos are currently top. They are 8-0 this season. It's only them and Bestia, and technically Odic, because they haven't played yet, who are unbeaten in this season so far. I'll be feeling very good about that. But Fluxo have a chance tonight to overtake them once again and get to that top of the league position, of course. The top two make that upper bracket round of 4 straight in for their performance in the main league this season. And yeah, Solid, as you can see, quite struggling, unfortunately, this season. I mean, it's a tough one for them because obviously we look back at their results and they've struggling in terms of wins, but every game has been a bit of a heartbreaker. 2 11-13s against the Del Amigos, an overtime win plus a loss to Case, and 2 really close 10-13, 11-13 losses to Sharks. They've been so near, but yet so far.
Yeah, and I mean, one of those 13-11s versus Adeli Amigos, as you were saying, was even on Ancient, which is a map that we're going to be seeing now. So it does give you some high hopes that maybe they've just had a few bad games in there, and perhaps now over the last whatever few days they've made some adjustments, and perhaps they can actually push it over that finish line. Because as I said, with their current position, even taking one map off of Fluxo here could put them in a really good position. That would also be horrible for Fluxo because they're looking to try and take both maps here to put themselves up in the first place before they actually play Adelaide Amigos at some point. So there's actually a decent amount on the line considering the positions of both of these teams. You'd normally say, Solid are all the way down the leaderboard, but they still have a lot to play for.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, you look at the name value, and I believe we can have a look at the matchup now, right? And you'd say, okay, Fluxo probably should be winning this one every day of the week. But if you look back at previous results, yes, their last one was an absolute run over in the Latin America relog series, I believe that is. But Solid managed to get a BO1 win over them in the IM Dallas Open Quals for South America as well. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if they can find a way to replicate that. But for those of you who will look at the rosters and say, okay, yeah, the name value on Fluxo is insane. You've got Zevi, who was incredible on Pain, really where he made a name for himself. Che Lukosi has been from Sharks, of course, in the past. And PKL is probably the most storied. Almost 10 years now he's been a professional, and there'll be many who remember him from his 2 years on Luminosity, which you mentioned to me, of course, before we went live. So, yeah, only one loss this season to W7M. They are, for sure, the favourites for me.
Yeah, I think on paper at least it's fairly clear cut. We're going to need to see some wild card play come out from Team Solid here, but there is a couple names that excite me. I mean, GBB definitely is the one that stands out statistically. I haven't got to cover him before, so I'm excited to see how he's going to show up in this game. I was looking at LCM as well. It seems he relies heavily on the op, which is, I mean, obviously Zevi is a very solid opper, but he's also willing to go on the rifle a bit more often. He seems more versatile in that regard, so we're going to have 2 very different style oppers going against each other, which should hopefully make for a pretty interesting battle. For me personally, I'm hoping Solid will get off to a decent start because being the underdogs, they're going to need that.
Yeah, and obviously, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how Zevi does against LCM because, yeah, in general, I've always been a big fan of Zevi. I've loved watching him play. I think most people are on board with that. But if we can have a quick look at the veto, we already, of course, mentioned that we are going to Ancient, but we can see how we got there. Don't forget, these are back-to-back BO1s tonight. So in the BO1 after this map, Ancient will not be available. So that's where we've got there. The first ban of Anubis and Vertigo Mirage overpass Inferno, and we end up on Ancient. And that is something I've mentioned quite a lot in various casts recently, Dean. Inferno is kind of out of favour as a middle ground map that everyone likes to play. Ancient is now that map. It's taken over that mantle, and it seems like teams all around the world have that as a safe choice these days.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how safe it is for Solid and this time around, rather. Only about 2.5, 3 weeks ago, they actually lost to 13-6, of course, the Flux. So it's going to be a risky one, but you also then do have the ability to look back over that game, see exactly how Flux approached the game, what sort of adjustments they can make themselves, and hopefully, if not take the win, perhaps even make the scoreline closer. So I mean, yeah, there's that we have to keep in mind. But again, as we said before, Fluxo are to me looking to be pretty clear favourites coming into this one.
Yeah, and our predictions reflect that. We both, I believe, have picked Fluxo for this opening game. There it is, underneath our beautiful faces. And yeah, we'll hopefully get that one right, because I got one wrong yesterday with Case versus Adalia Amigos. So I'm already, I think, 50%, which is unfortunate. That was a lot of closer game, that one yesterday, and I thought it would be. And Case, last time they played Adalia Amigos, I think managed to win. That's why I picked them. But Adalia Amigos stayed unbeaten, fighting in overtime. First time they've been taken to overtime this season, and they looked really, really good. And Fluxo, now we're going to try and overtake them, of course, to try and get a 9-1 record in this season. But if it's 8-1, I think round difference probably will... 8-2, sorry. I think round difference will probably dictate that they'll still be second behind them. So as you so rightly say, to get a 2-0 here is very important.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as you said, it will potentially put them ahead of Adelaide Amigos, but they have a game, I believe, to play themselves. That's been postponed. It won't be on tonight, so they don't know exactly how Adelaide Amigos are going to be shaping up even before they get towards their own game versus each other. So there's a lot on the line, a lot of question marks about how the top of this group could end, as well as whether Solid can still crawl their way back up, because they've got Red Canids, I believe, just ahead of them, who are at 1-1 right now. They've only played like 2 games, so they have tons of matches to play, so they could still end up pretty high up on the group as well. So there's a lot of question marks. Have they forfeited, or have they literally just not played any games?
I mean, obviously we look at Pain and MIBR, right? That is obviously they have not won a single round, and that means they've obviously had the RMR to play. A lot of grinding done there. Odic obviously also in the same position. Same goes for Red Canids. So some teams have managed to get their games in early, and some teams haven't. Pain and MIBR unfortunately forced to forfeit quite a lot of their games. They'll be looking to try and finish off the season strong to at least make sure they don't get put in relegation, and just make sure they stay at least in the upper bracket playoffs. They should be fine for that, you would think. But these back-to-back beer ones can be pretty ruthless, so you never know. But yeah, Red Canids, I think, are in the same position, like you say, that 1-1 record. They're also a strong team that probably will be displacing the likes of a Case, and that's why Solid, especially with only that one win in the season so far, only that one little set of 3 points there, they getting one out of these two would be really critical for them.
Yeah, and 2 Game are another team that could still move up quite a bit. As I said, their game versus Adelaide Amigos was postponed, so it's not on tonight like it was supposed to be, but they've only played 3 maps so far, I believe. Not sure how they've managed... No, sorry, they played 6, so they have 3 wins and 3 losses, so they still have at least 4 games to go, so they could still claw their way up, potentially even towards the top 4 if they have some solid performances. So yeah, there's a lot of what ifs still to look at. I believe we're nearly ready to get in game, though. The ninth round is just currently playing out, so you won't be stuck with our faces on screen for too much longer. I know everyone by this point will be wondering what's going on. But yeah, as I was saying, I think the op battle is something that's going to be really interesting here. Zevi versus LCM, who doesn't have the most amazing stats, but he does seem to rely heavy on the op. I was looking at how both of them play. Zevi seems like he's a little bit more willing to go towards the rifle sometimes, which could be a good thing here on a map like Ancient. LCM, on the other hand, relies heavy on that op, which can be incredibly expensive. And of course, if you get off to a slow start in a game, that can be a detriment to the team.
Yeah, and as you say, it's going to be really interesting. It'll be my first time covering some of these players from Solid. And yeah, they do stick to the Brazilian theme of loving these 3-letter usernames, right, as well, like BNC, LCM, GBB, CSO. And of course, on Fluxo, we've got VSM and PKL. So yeah, it is a bit of a... It's been spoken about before, but... yeah, it is pretty funny. But yeah, we can have obviously VSM as well. It's a player actually I haven't mentioned. Of course, there was tons of chat about him, you know, wanting to be able to play majors. Finally, he could. But sadly, of course, Fluxo didn't make it through those closed qualifiers for the RMR. I think it's fair to say that Fluxo are probably a team that should have been there, and with that name value on the team, probably should be one of the rosters that at least were there and fighting at the very top to make it through in that America's RMR. But in the end, they fell short, and that's a bit of a surprise, I think.
Yeah, as I said, I don't really get to cover the South American regions a lot, so I didn't actually catch those. But just with name brand, having a look at the players that they have, I definitely agree that you would believe they'd be potentially representing the region in the major, let alone in an RMR. So it'll be interesting to see how they can recover from it. I mean, are you expecting any changes or anything because of the fact that they didn't? Because that is always a possibility when you miss out on a big tournament.
I mean, 9Z, right? They were due to play Fluxo yesterday, but they forfeit both their beer ones, and I believe the ones today as well. And obviously,
like straight up forfeit, not postponed.
I believe it's a forfeit. Yeah, no postponing. Okay. I think they straight up forfeit both games. So I mean, they are 4-4 right now. That's kind of enough for them in the league to stay in the conversation, to be in the playoffs still. But I'm wondering if they maybe are trying to sort out something with the roster right now, or if I'm just completely misreading it, because yeah, it's weird that they didn't play at all. Maybe there's some traveling going on, of course, who knows. But yeah, as you say, usually you'd postpone it in that case, right? So we were told it might be about a minute to go, but I think we've got some information coming in, but I think we maybe have a little bit of a delay. So we go to a break, and we'll get into the game, straight into the game when we're back. It's Ancient, it's Fluxo, it's Solid. And Fluxo have certainly been solid on Ancient in the last few weeks. They are 6 in a row on this map. Can Solid do anything about that?
It's not going to be an easy task, but if they can kick it off with a strong pistol round, that could be a good indication of what could come. But Dual Berettas on a couple players there on the Solid side. One of them posted up around the cave. The second one, I believe, pushed deep in A main. Unfortunately, he's not going to get any action right now. They're slowly moving their way back towards B. Even believe some presence on mid? I don't believe so, actually. They are all going to be pushing just straight through on towards the cave with a player up the ramp as well.
Ooh.
Not a great start with LCM gone. GBB at least able to fall back to cover. And, well, with one player being picked off in the meantime, they're not in a terrible position here, but they still have to worry about that lurker in mid.
Yeah, I think CSA is trying to give it a glance. The Cozy will be spotted and cleared. Nice. That gives them a shot now in this retake. Of course, there's no kit picked up yet, but they have what would need to be a pretty important flash. But VSM taps him down with the P250 before he can swing the angle properly. And there's another. He'll even swing for a third. Oh, that's gorgeous from VSM. The P250 on the pistol works out for a triple.
Yeah, and Zariba doesn't really have much he can do. He's hoping maybe to steal a kill or two on the exits. Instead gets dinked down to 3 health. And just about makes it away. He should be good here. At the very least carrying armor and... No, never mind, he blew up. I was going to say carrying armor and Dual Berettas forward into what might be just a full eco, but we'll see what approach they want to go with, whether they want to force the issue here or not. Ancient's a decent map for force plays. There is a lot of close range positions.
Yeah, especially Jaguar Cave. You can double up there with the 5.7s. It can be so hard to penetrate, but I think knowing that they can full eco and get the M4s in thirds, that's going to be their choice. And especially in back-to-back BO1s, right? You want guns as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you're not playing the long run. Each map has its own its own importance, even more so than the best of 3, because you can lose the first map in a best of 3, still come back and take the next 2, and the first was inconsequential.
Exactly.
But that's not the case with the 2 separate best of 1s. Yeah, 0 investment, as you said. They've stuck fully to the USPs here. There'll be a chance maybe for PKL to build up some economy. Everyone else has gone pretty safe, though. A couple of AKs, a couple of Galils in play, basics in terms of the utility, and they're just trying to feel it out, wait and see what Solid do.
No Zeus's. I'm very disappointed.
Yeah, not always worth the investment.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few more lately, of course. We've seen Rops use it in Kato to great effect on a number of occasions on that close hut angle. Knowing, of course, it can be recharged now over that 30-second period, but nothing doing in this round likely for Solid. And yeah, as I said, I mean, the streak that Flux are on is very nice. I mean, it dates back to the end of January. They beat Case in the one of the open qualifier matches for the major, 1916. Then they beat Sharks and Solid, both 16-6 in February. And they played one just the other day as well. When I say the other day, I mean yesterday. They beat Case 13-11 in Challenger League. So, yeah, it's one they're very comfortable and happy to go to. And they'll win their anti-eco with 4 players live as well. 3 from Che and 2 from PKL, or Pickle, as some of my colleagues like to call him as a joke sometimes. But I'll stick with PKL.
It's not actually what it stands for, is it?
I don't think so.
I hope not. I prefer just PKL.
I do too.
As we expected, Rifles coming out in round number 3. Utility could be better. They don't have a kit, I don't believe, either, which could be an issue. Luxo, though, I don't think they're going to be going for any immediate play towards a bomb site. It seems like more of a default. Bit of presence towards mid, some utility thrown out to try and force the CT's hand as well, which they have done so. You can see already a lot of that utility that wasn't really present even in the beginning is already gone. Bit of nade damage connected on the LCM and CSO as well. But yeah, just early pressure. They forced back the players away from mid as well, so they'll be able to take this control, as you can see with Luca creeping his way out. PKL's found his control towards Ali. They can go in towards Cave if they want now, pinch it from mid. They have options open.
They do, indeed. CSO just playing a little gap angle there, I think, so you can see a pixel cross from mid to Donut, or maybe to Red Room, and they'll throw that smoke down immediately, but the utility will go up. Lukosi will get the opening kill. He can move forward into that red room position again. That's where he was in the pistol, but got removed unceremoniously. But might be some more control possible in a gun round, and LCM will answer back onto VSM. Look how much progress Dukosi is getting. He's all the way into CT spawn. But of course, the question is, how do they call the bomb back to A? They've got 40 seconds to grab it. It's still in T spawn. That is enough time. But Dukosi will probably be checking the site thinking, where on earth is the defense? Donut has to be assumed. But it's got some presence there. But yeah, not going to expect him all the way in Temple. And yes, he hears the footsteps running. That's a very comfortable spray. And now they have a great chance for this. They're waiting for the rotation in two on Zevi. And this is working out really nicely. It's going to be down to Zaruba. He needs to do something with this. But Dukosi is playing it beautifully. Ooh, if that was a lineup, that would have put the bomb on the floor, I think. And with 7 seconds, that might have been a CT round.
Yeah, the molly made it pretty much impossible, though. I think he was burning either way. It was unfortunate, but he gave it his all there in the last few seconds and nearly gave us a bit of hope. Pistols, Kevlar, a few nades. It looks like that's going to be the limits of the purchase here for Solid, unfortunately. So Fluxo really shouldn't have too much trouble dealing with this, and they're already starting to build up a pretty decent economy as well. So this is becoming an issue right now for Solid. This is what we said couldn't happen. They needed the strong start. They couldn't let Fluxo get rolling in the early rounds.
Yeah.
Good nade on BKL. Might give those pistols a chance to steal away an AK at some point. Perhaps
yeah, even the USP, soon. Right? Will be a one-hit headshot now, right? Pretty sure.
Yeah. Pushed down ramp here, and with PKL damaged, they might have a chance at least a trade. GBB helps them out as well. There we go, pinching in. AK taken. That should force the commitment onto A in the meantime, but that smoke does make it a little bit awkward. CSO up close might have a chance to steal one away. Unfortunately not. I believe they did manage to open that smoke up just a small bit. Shay got himself vision, and well, they've taken the bomb site, and with that the round, I'd imagine. You just want to save that AK. The Kevlar is pretty valuable as well. Maybe LCM tries to hunt the second AK?
Probably the goal. LCM and Zaruba can absolutely go hunting for something. Well, they've got that $3 grand on LCM. I think that was the plan, obviously, to keep the AWP on as much money as possible so he can purchase it up in this next round. Flash through. Oh, that's a slightly erroneous one. And even though JBB was slightly dabbing, he'll manage to get that quick fire headshot. And I think Fluxo really want to go any further on this one. They've got enough money to probably hunt it, but to at least bolster it even further, 3 players live is what you'd want. So they're not going to throw away another gun. That's 2 AKs though for Team Solid. That's probably the best possible outcome.
Yeah, I guess you could say it was a solid outcome.
There's the first of tonight.
It was up for the taking. If you're allowed to say pickle, I'm allowed to make stupid jokes.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I wouldn't say that was even a joke. That was just, you know,
more of a reference, I suppose. Yeah. We get the ops into this round, though. I did say LCM seems to be pretty reliant on the ops, so we'd expect him to really start popping off now if he is too. Zevi, on the other hand, on the T side of Ancient, it can be difficult to make this op work. I like this position from GBB, though. He has the deep smoke to help him out. Unfortunately, only gets away with the 1 kill. It's decent damage on the PKL, alright, but unfortunately his teammate wasn't quite ready for the follow-up. Instead, the nade lands and manages to indeed put the numbers up for Solid. They've got a 4-on-3. It's not a terrible position. It looks like they're willing to pretty much just give up mid now. They have 1 player jump spotting it from Sniper's Nest, but they're not really going to fight for anything. They want to keep this advantage in play.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lovely deep nade from Zaruba, actually.
It was a risky one. He nearly got caught. Didn't expect PKL, while damaged, I guess, to take that fight so quickly.
They are going to push up toward that red room position, because that jump spotting player, which I believe was CSO, has moved away now. And Fluxo have burnt Solid once already from this aggressive push through towards CT, but the A site is at least bolstered this time. They've split it 2-2 as such. The slightly more advanced player and BNC with the M4 near Jaguar. And the bomb is still waiting, so it's actually going to be a split toward B instead. But with the AWP here, It's going to be quite hard to trade him, I would think. 20 seconds to go. They're now going to make the noise. And he's going to Oh, I was going to say, he's going to reposition his crosshair beautifully in time for Zevi. But Zevi is quicker on the trigger. And Molotov won't be touching BNC, so he's going to try and pounce on it. But Lukosi is better on this occasion. 2v2, low HP on Zevi, but will that matter with the AWP? It might matter if this AK is this close. And Zaruba takes it. It's down to Lukosi in this 1v2, and it's very doable, though.
Yeah, you can see CSO is forced to just wait out this smoke. His teammate's already slightly damaged as well, so it comes down to this initial 1 versus 1, I think. Although Luke has repositioned himself now to try and catch the cross onto the bomb site, hits the head, so the health didn't matter, and even preempts the peak there from CSO. Must have seen the shadow or something coming either way, spams him down, and with the help of Zevi, they managed to pull off a mini miracle. It was a 2 versus 4 before they even started pushing into the bomb site. As you said, there was like 19 seconds left. LCM had the back lines. It seemed damn near impossible. Zevi hits that miracle shot somehow, and then Luca just carries the rest of the way through, rather. So
yeah, I mean, it's crazy, right? Like, that's the star power. It is. It's just star power, though, right? For Fluxo that sometimes can pull them through rounds like this. Lukosi, as you said, on that last kill as well, I think heard the steps stomping in, which is why he went for a bit of a pre-fire spray, and it works out, even though he gets dinked for his troubles too. So yeah, really, really nice. But he's out of this round. Saruba's removed him. There's a chance I'm butchering the pronunciation of that name, but I'm trying my best.
Zaruba, yeah, I think that's what I went with as well.
Yeah.
So do you say Lukosi or is Luca okay?
Lukosi, I think I've done both before. There probably is a correct one, but I haven't been shouted at for saying either. So
you're not getting a lot of hateful messages, then you're probably not too far off.
Yeah.
A lot of damage done here, despite the man up for solid. CSO and Zaruba both damaged pretty heavily. Again, they're willing to give up all of the control apart from the bomb sites pretty much because they've gotten this advantage. So if Fluxo take the chance, they can move in through mid, but they don't have a ton of time. So I don't know if they're fully aware or if they are going to actually move this direction. Yeah, it looks like it. Setting up for what should be an A split. Guess it depends on how successful this A main approach goes as well, as the op gets first contact and doesn't quite land, and then tries to go back into the angle, which unfortunately Zevi was ready for. CSO is going to be able to get himself only one as well, which unfortunately now leaves them down into a 3-on-3. There's going to be room for that bomb to be planted as well, and it comes down to a very difficult retake now with the numbers even heading towards Fluxo for a moment.
That was a really nice burst from BNZ on Zevi though.
Took a ton of damage.
Sorry, but yeah, the damage is the problem. He's down to 16 after that leg shot. He's delighted with the kill, and that's actually a really good trade. And PKL knows what's up. BNC's actually switched to the AWP, but the fact he's on low HP, it obviously makes it hard for the retake. And I think now backing away, he's deciding to save it, and that is exactly what his decision will be. That's a shame. Once again, it's an advantageous situation for Solid that they can't translate into their first round.
PKL got himself into a bit of a pickle and exploded.
Yeah, the bomb radius is huge, isn't it? On Ancient. On actually quite a lot of maps now. I mean, Vertigo, it feels a lot bigger, even though you can still survive on the edge of the building. And Nuke is, I've seen a lot of players actually, even like teams who have played Nuke for years, like Saw, for example. I did an ECL game with Saw the other day, and yeah, they were dying to the bomb all the time on Nuke. So
I mean, it's with the range and with the potential for ninjas, sometimes you're like, screw it. I'd rather potentially die and cut it too close than perhaps give away a defuse. Nice work from Zariba, once again picking up their opening kill. And with a ton of damage behind that onto Shay also. So this is one of the better positions they've been in, but as always, Fluxo managed to take a ton of map control even when they lose the numbers early on. And they seem to just chip away at the defense then, so we'll see if that's the case again.
More of a contact play this time in that 4v5 before they've managed to find these nice picks. And then that previous round, of course, when they avoided LCM in Donut, and once again Zevi got that nice pick on that tight line. But this time it's going to be a little bit harder. VSM taken down for free. Che again may have red room control, but I'm not sure it's going to have as much impact this time. There are 3 on B, and he would be disconnected from this execute.
Did they consider a save, potentially?
Yeah, the rounds have been relatively close, haven't they? I mean, they can buy next round if they do save here. And they will continue to go for it. Maybe now is the answer to save, because Zevi's gone back to T-spawn.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is they'll be limited to dropping Galil's. VSM should be able to just about scrape together an AK and body armor if he wants it, but there is going to be a few different limitations to the buy. We'll see if they perhaps bring the pace back up. They've been happy to just spread out on these defaults because they've been working, but they clearly do also have some set plays in mind, such as we see in the early mid smokes and such that they could move on if they wanted. I think we might see an adjustment in pace here in this next round.
There was a slim chance that Che could be taken down after time on 29 HP, but thankfully no one will go anywhere near him. But
they want
yeah,
all
very
5 weapons
important.
themselves.
Yeah. I mean, it's very important for Solid to win their first round with 5 alive, of course, because often if you win that first with just 1, it can just still be a bit of a nightmare. You have to get MP9s and FAMASs out still, but
even 2 or 3, even with the 3 being able to drop, you're left with nothing. The players who drop end up having limited utility and everything as well, so really just 5 is where you want to be, so it worked out perfectly. Hopefully now they can capitalize on it though.
Yeah, let's see. 3 Galils up for Fluxo to keep a full purchase in play. Look how he's managed to
boosted above the
tap
smoke.
down GBB. Yeah, little boost works out lovely, and another little boost can come in too. I mean, this is quite a common one. There's a little gap you can maybe see over the corners as well, with that AWP being boosted over maybe into temple sometimes, but not this time. LCM could be under a lot of pressure here with the utility coming his way. Jay on the other side. Does he shift into the angle? Underneath Zevi, though. So Zevi doesn't see it. That's when they go for their swing, but it's into 3 players, and that should be enough. And that's a really annoying dink through a smoke onto Lukowski as well. Frustrating for him.
Yeah, I'm not sure saving is going to be an option this time either. Probably would be hunted down. There's a little bit more economy available for Solid. At the moment, though, with so much time still on the clock, they don't really want to take any risks on their CT side, so they're happy enough to sit back. Meaning Fluxo, if they want, will actually likely fall back to the spawn. Carry over 2 weapons and give themselves something to work with in what's going to be a complete eco otherwise.
Yeah.
The only thing is, of course, that will throw the economy off quite a bit for Luca and VSM.
Yeah, it's pretty rough now. I mean, as you say, Che, PKL, and Zevi will get the loss bonus, but it probably won't be enough for a full purchase. Obviously, Lukowski and VSM can't drop anything, so yeah, it's there's a bit of a glimmer of hope here for Solid. If they're able to string a few together here, that is their second, and those 2 did come in a row. 6-6 is still a possibility. I think Flutter won't be unhappy with 6.5, but of course, starting 6-0, you'd expect maybe 8 or 9. Honestly, in a round like this, probably throw the Glocks in somewhere. Try and get the AK in for an entry. See what you can do. Maybe post the AWP up to try and get a trade as well. But I can see them also thinking of the double save, to be honest, so they can get the guns back for the next round. But actually, no, they're playing super aggressive, and I respect it. I like the aggressiveness, and it's going to work out for a 1-for-1. But Saruba deals with VSM from Donut, and he's very happy to charge through that smoke with the help of some flashes as well. Zevi's got the AWP, but not for much longer. 2v3, still a glimmer of hope with rifles in play, but of course neither of these guys have Kevlar.
Yeah, I mean, the AK though, a couple headshots, the up shot or so being landed, it could still turn things around, so Solid aren't feeling too comfortable. Yeah, they do have a player pinned in on the bomb site. As I said, that first headshot comes. Shay gives them a chance now to start moving forward. The only thing is they didn't realise those other 2 players were a little bit further back, so they didn't quite take their opportunity to get a move on instead. It's going to be both CTs moving in through Temple. It catches Shay off guard, and well, PKL will have a chance at the trade, but he doesn't initially expect that second player. But now he has him pinned in behind the box. Unfortunately, the flash takes him out of play. Hoped, I guess, to just catch the timing on the shot, but he swings on the other side. So another round for Solid, but it is way closer than it should have been on paper. As we said, though, without a bomb plant being put down, they're still in a troublesome position here. 2 other players who had saved before. don't quite have the money to buy. It looks like
Yeah,
they're going to go for it, though.
that's the situation. I mean, you can get the majority rifles, I think, or maybe they're just thinking of one hero rifle and saving for the next. I mean, they have chucked in attack to discuss
I was thinking
it.
a bunch of CZs or Tech 9s, body armor on the players who could afford it would have been the way to go. Maybe a quick B rush. We haven't seen anything fast towards B, really.
True.
Solid have been putting down the mollies and such to stop you from getting towards cave, but they could try to 5-up ramp. Worth a shot. No, they're going to go for it, though. They're happy with the
I thought
Lils.
Mac 10s. I thought maybe a Mac 10s and maybe some Tech 9s, like you say, with the armor, maybe a bit of util. But, okay, Lucauzi, I think he's just sold... Okay, he sold the Galil and then rebought it again. I thought he might go for an SMG to get more utility, but they're happy with the amount they have. There is that Mac 10. Of course, the problem for Lucauzi, he's got no helmet, so these M4s will take him down pretty quickly. Basically, 4 AKs against Lucauzi. Let's see, though. As you said, there hasn't been really a huge amount of pressure toward B. It's been very mid and A focused so far from Fluxo. Let's see what they change up.
Oh, well, they tried to make a quick play on mid there. One player anyway, just Luca, and gets mowed down. So that is not the start they were hoping for. 3 players heavy over towards the B ramp early on. There's a smoke currently blocking off that player who has pushed up through mid, so they're going to have them pinched in pretty soon, and it's forcing the hand here of Fluxo. They've got to move forward, trying to make their way up that B ramp initially. It goes with a trade either way, and then they have to deal with the player who was flanking from mid, as I had said. And to be honest, they've somehow come out in an okay position. Obviously, PKL's incredibly low. It's Shay that's got the health and has to do the heavy lifting, but it is a 2-on-2. Both of those players initially towards B have actually both ran back towards mid now, so B is open.
Yeah, another close round, though. They've been
very hectic one.
Really back and forth, and as you say, this has been particularly hectic, and the 3 kills for PKL, down to 16 HP for his troubles. Little do they know they could just wander into B right now and get a plant, and maybe get into a decent after plant position to set Che up for more work. They have the utility for it, and of course LCM can't play too close with the AWP. He's actually trying that, though. I say he can't play too close. He's happy to stick behind it. He's got the Incendiary primed for that default plant. That delays him a little while longer. Che will eventually get it down. 10 seconds to spare on that, but BNC, they're taking a long time doing this, and he's on a very fast flank, but the off angle held by PKL, BNC doesn't swing it correctly for that angle, and it's an easy headshot for PKL, on for the ace in this round, and he spotted that LCM as well. You could see that Che was desperate to go for that swing as soon as LCM pulled that trigger on that first shot, but PKL actually will just ace it out. Beautiful round from him, most experienced man, of course, on this roster. And he's up to 12 kills in the early stages of this BO1.
That was nasty. We thought he was out when he was on low health, as you said. Shay wanted to swing, maybe get himself a bit of the action, but he's like, no, PKL, he's popping off. But play it safe and see if he gets the ace as he did in the end. 7-3. It had been a while. 3 rounds in a row had gone towards solid, and they'd taken them pretty cleanly, at least the first one, obviously with 5 alive, and I think the second was pretty decent as well. So they have okay money here. They've got the op, they've got rifles. FAMAS and an MP9 are the weaknesses, and no kit as well, which might be an issue. Not to say Fluxo's buy is perfect by any means, but they are looking a bit healthier in terms of the utility. An opening kill from LCM. I actually didn't catch that initially. UI is a bit smaller than I'm used to. Again, though, happy to give up one player to get the full mid control in the process. The only problem is the bombs actually drop through those doors right now with these players pushing down the ramp. LCM gets dropped. The second, not quite there. Okay, it looked like VSM should have had that one. A slightly shaky spray leaves GBB on 10 health, and he is able to recover the op as well, which will keep him a little bit more active in the play.
Yeah, bomb was down as well, but they don't have the information on that, so it will be Che who'll pick that up. I think once again they're probably choosing the right site here. GBB here is on that 10 HP. He's now got support, and they've split the sites 2-2, but we've seen these fall apart before. Patience, nice shot on Lucauzi, but Che will hit an immediate response, and of course they know that the AWPer could still be here. Jump across, he won't until just then take a pot shot through the smoke. Che needs to be wary about that left side as well. Could be gaps blown in that smoke at any moment. Can PKL be the hero again? 3 players to find this time, not 5, but this is going to be a tough retake. No defuse kit, and the time is ticking away. There are flashes for Fluxo as well to try and send their players in for some information, and that's a lovely shot from Che, and a superb nade as well. It lands on the feet of actually both of the 2 retaking CTs, and once again, they forced them away in the afterplant. Beautiful round from Fluxo, beautiful recovery again, and they're going to at least make it an 8-4 at half.
Yeah, I mean, and they're in a pretty fantastic position no matter what way this final round goes, but I definitely would like to end it on a high note and say they're in a good position to do so as well, with the buy being really limited here. There's an op at least in play for LCM, but alongside that, a couple FAMASs, 2 MP9s as well. Tilty's not terrible, could be worse, but I think we're going to need to see something early in this round from Solid, an opening pick, which, to be fair, they've been pretty good at getting. One that hopefully they can convert on, and hopefully without giving up too much map control. Again, as we've said, that's been the issue with a lot of the times. This time they don't want to give up mid too easily. They are willing to challenge. We've seen them find a lot of success when they do pinch in towards the cave area.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to deny the 9th on T for Fluxo. LCM has got the deep angle with the help of the boost to see into the B doors then. VSM lucky to be alive, but obviously it's a very difficult angle to hit from that position. Just a tiny gap in between the box and the door, and he goes looking for him knowing he's there, but VSM is just too sharp. Beautiful shot.
Not the start Solid would have been hoping for at all. Looks like they're going to try and maybe push the 2 players out through Dona. Could be a decent show. VSM's alone and on mid right now. They could at least get a trade there and give them some info about what potentially is going on. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out like that. Damage has been done, sure, but the trades just aren't going back for Solid as of yet. As I say that, though, GBB is able to snatch up 1. Zariba had a bit of success on mid, but look at the health. BNC is forced back out of the B bomb site as well, and Shea is taking A in the meantime, so they might want to steer up in that direction.
Oh, I think they'd love to, but there's no time for it, so he's going to have to go for a flank instead. Now Zaruba, I really think he needs to just stay alive. Oh, he has no idea. Never mind, he has absolutely no idea that that flank is coming through. Che deals with it, and that is a very dominant 9-3 for Fluxo. We'll see if they can finish off the first of these back-to-back BO1s after a quick break. Second half, and Fluxo look very well set to take the opening of these back-to-back BO1s. 9-3. And 9 really well fought 4 rounds on T side as well, because there are plenty. They didn't look like they were going their way, but they pulled it back, and Solid need to try and do some more work on T with their pistol coming in now. The utility will be thrown in toward B, and it looks like they're going for a split through Long and Cave.
Yeah, pretty similar approach to what we've seen in the first pistol round, just flipped on its head. Luke is not going to expect CSO up close in the meantime, though. The bomb site is being somewhat overrun. And indeed, Luke is going to be flanked out, as I had said, so a perfect entry into this bomb site from Solid. 2 quick kills, no damage at all sustained, and it seems to have forced the hand of Fluxo, who are going to back away and maybe just look to save the bit of utility in the Kevlar that they have. Yeah, that seems to be the case.
Especially on Che, right? I mean, if he can run far enough away, then you'll be able to have 100 Kevlar and be able to buy a helmet as well for 350. And obviously that utility could be pretty impactful too. So if he's going to look for something, any bonus kill reward he gets would be helpful for a future AWP, but not this time. This is what Solid needed. Feel a bit better about themselves. They should have a chance to build up a few rounds in a row now. Just depends on what Fluxo feel like they're comfortable doing. 4 spies, not as common in BO1s. But with what Che has, we'll have to see if they commit to something. The answers, I think, is no.
Happy to go for the eco, take a similar approach. Solid in that first half as well, where they just wanted to get the guns out as early as possible. I'm not too hopeful, but maybe 1 or 2 kills can be found. The dual Berettas and the other pistols combine. I would like to see a straight up stack, make this bit of noise early on, then just try and leave all the players towards one side. Or even the 4 towards B. Seems like it's actually going to be an A split in the long run, so they've made the right decision to not do that and instead start rotating in this direction. Unfortunately, I don't think they're really going to be here in time to do anything. Shea is already gone, although a P2000 coming through the smoke manages a kill somehow. Will they be able to get even one more is the question to make it worthwhile. Fortunately, they're also feeding the MAC-10 in the process, which isn't ideal.
P2000 feels kind of nice on CS2 for some reason. I'm not sure why. I've used it quite a bit. On the USP now, of course, but I switch between. Unfortunately, you can't have both the P2000 and the USP equipped because they're a default pistol, unlike with the A4 and the A1S, of course, these days. The Cozy knows exactly where this MAC-10 is, but can he connect with the kill? The answer is most definitely not. No armor, aim punch, significant, and that's some nice farming of the cash for Zaruba. 5k in the bank after that. And now Fluxo will bring out their A1Ss and try and make their first gun round a success.
That's the aim, but this is the round that could really start propelling Solid forward if they can take this first gun round in a clean fashion especially, and not allow any weapons or anything to be saved over. They could be heading up towards 7 rounds and pretty quickly closing in the gap here, so it's a chance to really get themselves going. Early mid control, it is being played out for by Solid. I was going to say, I wasn't sure if Zariba wanted to actually push through that smoke, but he does go out on his own. Manages to take the control. You can see already they've rotated that 4th player back over towards B, expecting to hit in this direction. But while lots of the presence is on this side of the map, I don't think they're really set in stone about making any commitments quite yet.
Oh, the MAC-10. PKL needs to be wary, of course. He's one of those players. I say one of those. He's the only player without a helmet, so as we've said, it's very dangerous against those SMGs. I like this little setup in cave, though. 1 player on the box, 1 player below the box. Very hard to penetrate, and it's just, yeah. That is probably one of the strongest positions, the strongest holds you can have in that spot. Almost impossible to get through. I think gives them a 5v3 to start off. Wallbang will be attempted, but someone would have to be foolish enough to walk into that angle.
Committing towards B here. Feeling a bit forced. Still smoking play, as you can see as well. That's just being put down now. Quick rotations can come through from mid also. Luca and VSM at the moment, I was going to say, have actually allowed for GBB to pass, but he's the only one left standing. Unfortunately, his teammates did not have the same success coming out through cave, and that late rotation in from mid that I had mentioned before, well, the second one anyway, does manage to this time get GBB. A 10th round for Fluxo. They managed to come alive with the guns in their hands, and despite a pretty successful first couple of rounds from Solid, they hadn't built up the economy quite as they would have hoped. You're going to see a few Galils here potentially. But they've got an up on LCM. GBB gets his AK'd, and nades could be worse as well. It is not terrible, but this is one of their last chances potentially to get their feet on the ground and have a chance to actually make this comeback a possibility.
Yeah, if they get cleaned up here, it's 11-5, full eco, 12-5, and it's pretty much done. I hesitate to say anything is pretty much done in MR12 BR1, but still. Nice opening shot to headshot LCM through the wall. The up missing once again. But PKL will only get a 1-for-1. Pretty good 1-for-1 considering the position he was in. With multiple players to fight. I like this choice, contact B, especially at this sort of stage of the round. Only VSM to face at the moment.
VSM blinded up. Forced to just give up the bomb site this time around. The boost above the smoke, I was going to say, works out well, but it doesn't in the long run. VSM has the chance to turn it around again, though, and well, he done some serious damage on the CSO as he got that bomb down, meaning Zariba has to really pop off right now. His teammates trapped in on the bomb site as well, and there's just nothing that they can do. VSM cleans it up. Another round on the board for Fluxo, and as we said, that was one of the last chances for Solid. They at least get the bomb down, but it's only, what, 2 rounds lost in a row to get the 1900 and the 800, 2700. It's not going to be enough for them to get the full buy-in play here. They'll have to take that eco.
It's like 3k per player or something. Maybe they'll look... Yeah, it is. Maybe they'll look at it and say, okay, we can at least get Tech 9's armor. Maybe do like a fast A rush often. Obviously, A is a very retakeable site on Ancient. So you see CT sides very commonly not even have a single defender there. Early round. But... yeah, actually, they're going to go for full investment. That's why I kind of had a little inkling that maybe they'd try that, because at this stage, you know, 11-5, if you even just go for a lesser investment, it's almost a guaranteed 12-5. So put everything in for this one and try your best. But it started poorly already. Kelsey will catch Zariba trying to make his way through that smoke, and the pistols and the remaining 2 Galils will try and work their way through long, but it's an absolute wipeout. 3 for Che. And the Cozy came back in to help very, very quickly. Clean.
Yeah. They'll have a similar enough investment here. Going a little bit heavier on the Tech 9s, but chances. 7 in a row needed just to get this to an OT. It looks like this first best of 1 might be coming to an end, and the problem is for Solid, Mirage is not much of a better map for them, to be honest, so
yeah,
it's not going to get much easier moving forward. Q over towards A. We haven't really seen this from Solid too much. They just got mowed down in that previous round, so we'll see if they have any more success this time around as they line up for Shay. Somehow only comes away with 1 kill, but he done a ton of damage and he delayed them importantly as well for his teammates to get into position. Lucas snatches up 2 kills and happily falls back away to let his teammates now get into position and just play out this retake, really. And even in the meantime, I think that was a flank from Zevi that's managed to steal another kill. So LCM, he's all alone, and well, with very little hope, he eventually gets mowed down by a USP even. So there we have it, 13-5. Even more one-sided than the previous time they played each other here on Ancient.
Absolutely, and that makes it, I believe, now 7 in a row for Fluxo on Ancient. They absolutely adore this map, especially domestically, and they are shown to be one of the kings on it for sure. Great performance. They should be absolutely delighted with that one. And yeah, it actually goes by the form book as well. We thought this would be the case. Maybe we thought it'd be a little bit closer this time, but no, they looked all the name value factors we spoke about beforehand. Quite on many occasions in that game, they delivered, especially some of the Zevi AWP picks against LCM and a couple of the rifle moments, especially that ace and PKL comes to mind. So, yeah, just a very quality, clean performance, which they will be looking back on later if they do rewatch the demo and say, we did most things right there.
Yeah, and stats-wise, I mean, it was pretty equal across the board. As you said, PKL obviously had an ace that he had in there and was probably the strongest player overall, but everyone else was getting their job done. No one seemed to be kind of having a rough game by any means. So it was just a very good performance from Fluxo. And with Mirage coming up next, I think that's another map where the individual prowess that they have could really help them shine through. And we could be looking at another similar enough scoreline, unless Solid somehow have a massive reset here between maps. They're going to need to just completely forget what happened right there and hopefully have a better time now.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at the MVP from map 1. You'd assume it will be a Fluxo player, and there it is. You've gone for Che. He has a 15-6 KD, which are probably being chosen, of course, by the fact that he had barely any deaths in that game. He played a very smart opening map. And yeah, I think it shows that everyone across the team, as you rightly pointed out, all delivered in the right moments and played incredibly well. So yeah, we have to see if that's going to change. Of course, we've got the second of our 2 BA1s coming tonight. That will be Mirage, and that will be coming up after a quick break.
Right, everyone, we are back for our second best of one of the evening between Fluxo and Solid. I don't think that first one played out exactly how Solid would have hoped. Of course, a 13-5 in the end, not even able to get that improvement upon the score from the previous time they had faced each other. But I had mentioned if Solid could come through and steal even one map here tonight, it would still put them in a decent position because they have a few games to go. They still have a chance potentially to put themselves in towards that top 10. But as we had said before, I don't think Mirage is going to be easier than Ancient by any means.
No, I mean that's the problem, right? I mean that's actually the most significant loss they've also had this season. Solid as well. I mean I mentioned of course before we went live with Ancient that nearly every game has been a heartbreaker. They had 2 11-13s against the Amigos, who are of course top of the league. They had an overtime win, which was their only win, and then another overtime loss versus Case in those. 2 back-to-back beer ones they played against them, and then 2 close losses to Sharks as well, one of them also being 13-11 that went all the rounds. So yeah, I mean we said that Fluxo will be a tough nut to crack. It's looking to be that way. As I said, of course, in the second BO1 there would be any Ancient, it's removed from the veto, we'll be ending up on Mirage instead, and I really get the impression it's going to be a similar result. It's not as strong a map historically for Fluxo, but Solid, they've played it nearly the same amount of times and have a worse win rate. So, yeah, I'm feeling another Fluxo win.
Yeah, I've got to agree. It's not their worst map. I think Vertigo is the worst map out of the maps that they do play on the Solid side, but it's not amazing. They've got 8 games played, 3 wins, 5 losses. Some close games, but they were a while ago, I think, and they've also got some pretty hefty losses there. So Mirage clearly is not their most amazing map, but it is one of the maps where if you're having a good individual game, that can sometimes carry you through enough. So perhaps we see LCM pop off on the up. He had a decent start on Ancient until they obviously started losing a few rounds, and then it kind of just spiraled out of control for them. We didn't get to see GBB pop off as much as I had maybe hoped, having a look at his stats before the game as well. So if you can have these 2 players come alive, if you can have the entire team potentially come alive, there's always that chance that you can steal the game away. So I don't want to be completely hopeless, but as we had said before, Fluxo are clear favourites moving in.
Yeah, I believe that'll be both of our predictions as well, that Fluxo will take this next one. So yeah, if we look at the league right now, of course, as it currently stands, that win for Fluxo puts them on exactly the same number of points as the Amigos, with just obviously 1 more map played, and the round difference is 1. So if Fluxo had won the previous game, maybe 13-4 instead, they actually would be top of the league on round difference by 1. So this next map actually makes a big difference for Fluxo. If they win it at all, however close, of course, they will make it to the top of the league once again. So yeah, I think they're going to want to keep it clean and going to stay focused for this for sure.
Yeah, that will be with a couple more maps played, of course, than Adelaide Amigos have. So yeah, you've always got to keep that in mind. And they're also yet to play each other. So there's still like 4 games. We'll see. But for now, we've actually got to focus on this matchup. We didn't have to wait as long to get into the action this time around.
Yeah.
Got Luxo on the defensive side, Solid on offense. And well, it looks like they have a plan in mind directly towards B here in the early stages. They have a smoke and a couple of flashes, and it should be pretty simple and straightforward. They're actually going to walk into a bit of a stacked position. That initial player is already dead. They're falling back through under, so it was an attempt at the fake. So this is a decent call, considering, as we said, the heavy presence over towards B. But they're taking their time, and that's allowing for rotations.
Yeah, they have Murder Hole, but once again, we see the practice put in place of not breaking the grate on Murder Hole there. So they have to make noise if they were going to make their way through. Yeah, I don't think they're going to put anyone really through there now. Lukosi actually will continue not to break that, so it's so awkward for them in this instance. Like, what control do they really have? Rotation, of course, for Fluxo is great. Che is toward ramp. They had no idea that he was there still. And they just have a man over in every single given situation, it feels like here, Fluxo. Che will get 1 more, and they're going to swarm toward the last 2 players in front of Connector. Zaruba is very dead, and he'll be put to death by Che with a quad kill. 2 kills for each of the two duelies, perhaps.
Yeah, no bomb plant, unfortunately, either. Could have either given them some pistols now or just bumped up a buy into the 3rd round, but instead I think we might be seeing just a straight-up eco again. That seems to be the approach that Solid like it was on the previous map, at least. Try and get those guns out as early as possible, willingly take the full-on eco. They're going to try and launch out mid, maybe, or are they hoping for mid aggression? I think, yeah, they're expecting aggression. Clearly, they have an idea as to how Fluxo play, and while there will be aggression, it's just not through the top of mid. It's instead in through under to get this B apps control.
Yeah, just patience. And this is what they're waiting for. Unfortunately, they actually don't have a player looking at this at all yet. What's PKL going to get done here? There's one, and he obviously has no idea. There are still 3 players below the stairs, so he didn't just leap in smartly. Gets one and backs away again. I'm telling you, if that were me in my matchmaking games against the Eco, I would be going straight out of TV and leaping on their heads. But I probably would have died. Whereas these guys, they didn't die, look. They've stayed 5 alive, and they've bolstered their economy superbly.
Yeah, the MP9's picking up 4 of the kills, I believe, as well, so that's ideal. They build up the economy on the players that needed to pick it up. Obviously, ideally you want Sevi to get money, but he didn't invest in an SMG, so it is what it is. Happy to stick on the rifle for now. They'll keep 1 MP9, potentially 2. I think Luca's going to go ahead and pick that one back up. So they do keep some weaker weapons in play, but they've built up a bit of an economy, and they have almost a bonus round here in round number 3. Not a great start, though. Zariba rips off the head of PKL. They're going to try and re-aggress out through the connector. Smoke there as well, but Solid seem happy enough to fall back away now and just try and keep this initial advantage. Never mind, it didn't last. What was that nade? Was he already damaged?
I think so.
He must have been. I don't know how else I could have possibly killed him. Maybe a little bit of an early spam.
I'll make sure I have it open on my second monitor when the delay catches up, so I can just double check that for you.
Ton of delay, so yeah, you'll be waiting a while.
Yeah, 3 minutes plus, yeah. We'll see. But yeah, I think some damage was inflicted, and when that nade flew in, it was a lovely one from VSM though. And so they're going to go back to Old Faithful, and that's contact. But right now, they're going to get no contact on the A site itself. It's actually connector, and Zevi might just be wandering through the smoke without realising what's in front of him. First player crossing, and he gets caught off guard. So something for Solid to work with here. There's going to be a nice molly in toward jungle to block off those rotations. And BNC will now rotate all the way around to help out as well. This is going to be quite a tough retake. There's going to be an AK, obviously, that VSM can switch to, but he's miles away, so they might be considering a save already, and I think that's probably what they're going to commit to, even though the bomb had only just gone down. Makes sense, this save, sadly, for the state of the round, but it does.
Yeah, solid round. As we had said, it was basically a bonus round already, so with 3 rifles being saved over here for Fluxo, at least they'll have everything they could ask for in this next round. Might see Luca drop the op over to Zevi as well. They want to put it in play. But a good round from Solid. They get themselves on the board here early on. Whether they can keep it up or not is the important question, because 1 round here in the early stages will not be enough. They can get this second and break that economy on Fluxo, give themselves a chance to start getting an early lead here on the T side. Then I think we could have a promising game ahead of us.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's promising for sure, because don't forget, on Ancient, Fluxo got off to a 6-0 start, and it was very comfortable. And there were a few sort of messy rounds and close rounds that went back and forth, and Fluxo managed to grab from the jaws of defeat. So yeah, let's see what they can do with this. The save, of course, makes a lot of sense. Let's see if it pays off. PKL will get his 1-for-1. They spot 2 players top mid, but they try and play super aggressive off the back of it, and it doesn't work out for them. Of course, they know there's another player behind the mid boxes near the Delpan position, I believe it's still called. Far right of top mid, behind the wall. And Okosi will get that second kill, so important stuff from him. Recovering the man advantage. Bomb is being gravitated back toward ramp again to team up with the Palace Lurk of CSO. But they're going to have to get past Zevi.
Smoke down on the site to try and just get that bomb planted. See if they can start running this clock in their favor, and it looks like that will happen pretty easily. A little bit of a spam, doesn't land any shots. Of course, it's been planted a little bit more securely on the opposite side of that default box, which unfortunately does mean it could be pretty difficult to actually play for on this after plant.
Gonna be tough. And they have kits, but no smoke. As you rightly point out. Now, first tap. CSO will probably reveal his position in Palace very quickly, but the time is getting low. It's going to be down to the stick. It should work out. They do swarm, and they swarm nicely. That was a little bit of a sort of disconnected retake and late retake there from Fluxo. I didn't really like that from them. I think they should have had one player committed to the stick way, way sooner. I think they were concerned about the possibility of one of the T players going around the world play and going to con as well. It was something that they considered. But in the end, Ramp and Palace is what deals the damage. And that puts Fluxo back down to pistols. So, something to work with now.
Yeah. This is what we had said. They get themselves a chance to start putting in a bit of a lead here on this T side. Suddenly we have a game on our hands. As you said as well, that was just a slow retake, and it seemed like they kind of panicked in the last few seconds, potentially.
Yeah, I would like to see one player stick the bomb way sooner and try and just body block their way to victory.
I'll have to just forget about it for the moment, though.
True.
Mental reset. Not got much to work with here, though. Kevlar on one player, a few pistols. If they can get 2 or 3 kills, that'd be massive, and just try and keep that economy low so that they can look towards an early reset. But even that, I'm not quite expecting. Solid should be able to keep things pretty clean here. That's the goal, anyway. E-stack. I like that they're willing to take the risk and call a stack heavy here. Unfortunately, it doesn't look to be the right decision, but I mean, a gamble is a gamble. It doesn't always pay off. I don't think splitting up across the map, taking one-on-ones would have been too successful either, so.
Yeah. Get the boost on the short bricks, and thankfully for them, they Scarper before that HE comes flying in. Mid-control for Solid. Makes sense to do it on a round like this when they know there's going to be a lower purchase, play the longer ranges. Hope you just don't get one digged out the server, which can happen. First kill comes through. There's a nice deagle shot from PKL, but it might be the only one they get. Cozy. Ooh, Crosshair wasn't in a bad spot, but LCM ducked underneath it. So 1 AK can be saved, maybe. Still a maybe. Still got the whole bomb timer to go. But some progress for Team Solid.
1 AK at least being carried forward for PKL, but even then I think the utility will be a little bit limited in this next buy round. PKL will probably drop the op over to Zevi. Zevi might give a rifle to Luca or VSM, and they'll manage to spread out the economy and get a pretty solid investment, but it won't be quite perfect, and it's a chance for Solid to potentially keep this up, take this next round again, just force them back onto another eco and just keep on building up this T side to what could be 6 or 7 rounds if they manage a successful gun round here. So a much more hopeful performance here in the early stages of Mirage than we ever got on Ancient.
Absolutely. Fluxo, I mentioned they've been a bit more up and down on this map as of late. It's one where they are fallible, so it's what will give Solid a little bit of hope. Fluxo won their last 2 against Case and Imperial, but they lost 2 more before that in late February, which isn't that long ago, of course. So, yeah, it's been very up and down for them. That's another good start for LCM. It was Zevi besting LCM in those all day on Ancient. I think Che thought he got that double spray down as well there. Switched away at the last second. Thankfully, Lucosi's still here, playing with the ladder very, very dangerously to re-molly Palace. And actually, it's going to work out for a man advantage in the end because PKL has stopped the connector flank. LCM is stopped ever further too. GBB is given a freebie on VSM, but of course now they know where he is. And they can team up in this 2v1, but I've seen wilder rounds won and lost. Goes for the swing, but not to be. PKL is better on this occasion. 7 kills for him already on Mirage, and a great hit straight back, and the recovery of the AWP at the very last second too. Well done.
Yeah, not as clean, I think, as Fluxo would like to get themselves back into the action with only a couple players surviving, but the main thing is they took the round. The buy, though, is pretty decent from Solid. They spend all of the money, sure, but they've got their op, they've got the rifles, and they have a chance to come back swinging. But this round is incredibly important from both of these teams right now. Whoever loses this is down onto an eco and be forced to concede a 5th round as well. I like the mid-aggression that's coming in. Deep Molly, there is only one player holding this passively currently, though, so there's no need to really further commit to this attack. They can just keep the position up towards the top of mid. It gives you a quick rotation up short if you need back towards B, and of course can be pretty useful for hearing info back towards the T-spawn as well. Right now, though, it's heavy B from Solid. There's only an MP7 on this side of the map to actually defend if they decide to fully commit to this.
Yeah, this is a tough one for the MP7. A 1-for-1 would actually be pretty decent. There is short support in the form of PKL making his way from short now to the site itself. And VSM is still shoulder peeking it. That's very dangerous, but he sees what's in front of him now. And there's a second Molotov available to maybe volley him out of van if they want to go for that. But they're not throwing it in. And it's giving him a free kill. PKL still toward get right. He can do more from this spot. And that's a nice dink, but he can't complete it. And that's a lovely catch from LCM on Che. Round done.
Well, that was not good for Fluxo. Luca's going to be definitely saving. Wanted to maybe see if he could spot someone on mid, does recover the op and connector, and will back away. I don't think Solid will bother too much with the hunt either, considering they want to build up some of their own economy so that they can keep on funding these buy rounds for the rest of the half. So they're happy to let one op be carried over, one weapon. They don't know exactly what's in play, of course. Because even with that, there's not going to be more than maybe a few pistols, likely not even Kevlar for the rest of the players. So Solid, as we had mentioned, they're on track, likely to take that 5th round for themselves. Shouldn't be too much trouble.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out now.
Does
Because
Luca drop the op to Zevi? That's the question.
I think he probably would. Yeah. Let's see. Zevi can probably afford to buy Kevlar still and just have the AWP and the AWP only. Well, it'd be interesting to see if they don't do that. I mean, if you remember, there was a saved AWP in the previous map, which Lukowski kept instead of Zevi. So yeah, they are going to keep it on the player with the armor. Fair enough. I don't think he's a bad AWPer in his own right, but he will miss his first chance. There is one more support flash from Che if he wants to go for a swing. He'll make the jump. But there'll be no one to deal with there for now.
Probing towards B. Likely to end it on the A-bomb site, of course, but hoping to pull some rotations in the meantime. Either way, the setup on A isn't really great to hold off at all with these 2 pistols pinned back in connector. So Solid move forward, drop a few nades. They shouldn't have much trouble at all dealing with this. And I think really Luca will just be forced to save this op forward so that he doesn't have to put the investment in again in the next round. Oh. A lot of dinks. It's Reba on 1. There we go. Finished off by Zevi. Maybe there's something they can do now.
See, the thing is, the AWP is still here. They know it is here, unfortunately, but he still has a kit, Lukosi, in this round. This is still on, you'd think, if some cheeky dinks come through. The bomb's still not planted, but now they're starting to relax the situation, and there we go. And Fluxo realise it's now a better option to keep this AWP safe and herd it away. But actually, I tell a lie. They're still not doing that, and now it's a 2v3. Lukosi's going super aggressive at the back of this too, but he's going to have to flick up, and it would be a wild flick up if he actually managed to connect with that. Not going to happen. LCM bests him, and considering they got that pick, it urged them into going for more when perhaps it wasn't necessary.
I mean, they do again at least have an op, even if it's going to be glass cannon. They were able to make it a slightly costly round. Not massively, though. You mean, there's still money easily on 3 of the players. BNC could even probably drop one in the next round if needed. So Solid have a chance to keep on making this a very difficult half for Fluxo indeed. They're going to need a couple rounds in a row if they want any chance of breaking the economy. As you had said, Mirage just seems to be a map that can be very hit or miss depending on the day for Fluxo, and it might be one of those off days for them. Slow start from Zevi as well. He's only got 2 kills so far. Was one of the... Didn't have tons of kills, but he was pretty impactful back on Ancient.
Very true. Ooh, fast A this time. Bit of a switch up on the pace, but it's not worked at all. Often I really like throwing in rounds like that. They've got some economy to spare, so maybe take a risk and try and do something different and not make themselves predictable. But this time it's cancelled immediately. Do you think we
so much time
committed to a save with a minute 10?
Yeah, I mean, they've got money. I think it could be worth trying to take 2 or 3 weapons away, but you've got CSO so low on health and you don't really want the op leading the way, so really every decision is wrong.
True.
So I think they do try and save, yeah. Fluxo don't seem super tempted to hunt it down either. They'd like to keep as many alive as possible. Maybe VSM goes on a bit of a hunt here, but as soon as he dies, they leave it. Unless he gets this first kill, of course. Low health on that first player. Nope. 1. Damn. Shot him in the kneecap.
1 bullet hit and
Yeah.
1 HP remaining. Frustrating. At least they now know what's up. But obviously the thing for Fluxo is they have been struggling with their own money for quite a few rounds now. So they're not going to be throwing any more than just VSM in. They need to survive with 4, and that's exactly what they'll do. Bomb being dropped so early, committed to us to the save, sadly. Fluxo trying to battle to retake top spot in the league. Bonk, bonk, bonk. So yeah, with that AWP saved and the AK, of course, LCM can drop. And we had more than enough money to buy elsewhere, so no issues.
I mean, we're looking at what could be a pretty close half between the two here, but it comes down to, again, another crucial gun round that could leave either team broken potentially. So whoever gets this one has the tide of the game swinging in their favor for the final round. Slow approach from Solid as well. They're not going to go for another fast A rush. It did not work out at all before. So back into the default. Late mid control looks to be the goal with the presence out through under, and well, Fluxo aren't really challenging it. They've actually gone heavy towards mid, just leaving one player spotting from connector to make sure that they don't let anyone creep up short. It does look like they might actually bring this towards a late B split. I thought the bomb was inching its way towards the B apartments, instead joining up with the rest of the players on mid, and Zevi had actually peeked deep into the B apartments and gotten that player who was hanging around in the area, so it's not looking good for Solid at all.
Yeah, that's a really important frag to take. Everything's coming off right now for Fluxo. Zevi's got short if they decide to back off on mid and go up cat. That is actually where a few players were heading. So it looks like our option is still to end B. BNC has got a bit of a standoff with Zevi on short. Do they know the whereabouts of each other? That is the question. 35 seconds, plenty of utility, which is why this B play, even in this disadvantageous situation, makes a lot of sense. The connector player's going to give it a glance too, but oh, there was a chance there. Definitely was a chance to get a save back in this round. Big miss from Zevi. That's an unfortunate one. Not what we're used to seeing from him. And he'll get blinded on the corner. Suddenly it's falling apart. VSM is the insurance policy here. They have not cleared him out yet, but they check it properly. He's now really low, but he's dropped the first. 7 seconds to try and pick up the bomb and plant it. It's going to be super close, and it should be denied. It will be. 1 second, and Shay staying alive will be enough to finish off this round. That nade might take him down after time, but no, not this time. It's wild, it's wacky, but it evens us up at 5 apiece again.
Yeah, neck and neck now. As I had said, though, that round leaves Solid in a pretty awkward position. They're going to force it up with what they can, but there's Galil in there, a couple pistols. They do at least get the op on LCM and 1 AK, but it is not ideal. If it works out, then it could still give them a chance to bring this up towards the 7-5 half, with the economy being pretty terrible for Fluxo. But if it backfires, then it's almost certain that that 7th round goes towards Fluxo instead. So let's see the mid-aggression. It's actually caught by Zariba. That 1 AK is in the perfect position to shut down that push-up mid. And hopefully pull some players now towards mid in the meantime to set them up for this A push that's getting ready. It's actually just a straight-up kill from LCM. The pressure was on. The CT is trying to find out what the hell was going on, start taking peeks, and it's peeks that give away their lives. LCM with a second on the op. They've got this A bomb site pretty much, and I mean, if you're Fluxo, do you save to try and have a chance in this final round now? It looks like you do.
For sure, yeah. LCM's hitting some more important shots this game. He was a little bit missing on Ancient, but these important picks that maybe he wasn't connecting with on our first BL1 definitely are coming through for him on Mirage. Oh, one onto stairs was not exactly a huge high tariff, but so we're going to go looking for one of these saving players too. It's worth a little glance. It does gift an AK over there. Now VSM, of course, can switch to that M4 that was lost top mid. So this save will be okay. But yeah, I mean, Che also had kind of no choice. Oh, Lukosi, he's got no idea LCM's still there. That's awkward. Only one save actually makes a big difference as well. That's frustrating for Fluxo. But anyway, yeah, I think that swing from Che from that wide sight position when he knew the AWP was there, wanted to take the initiative, fair enough, but I think he was always going to get taken down for free with a swing at that timing.
Fluxo in a bit of an awkward position now. I think they've done a decent job considering the slow start they had at just keeping this a competitive half, but again, as the favourites, I don't think they're really doing quite enough managed a solid enough half. Sometimes you've just got to say it, you know?
Yeah, that's I think the third time now, but...
Second, I think, but I mean, it wasn't because solid's their name, it's because they did have a solid half, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
It's the word that comes to mind, sure. Maybe their name does influence. I am a bit biased, seeing it on the screen.
I'll give you that.
That's not a great buy at all. They've got one M4,
Yeah.
Pistol and Kevlar maybe on PKL, a few MP9s in play as well. They're going to need to see some early aggression to try and take a kill or two and snatch away control early on in the round. Solid have been pretty good though at just holding out on these defaults and picking off those early aggression rather from Fluxo. So I'm not too sure. Oh, they've sold back a bit and decided to go for a FAMAS instead.
I don't mind it. There's a second rifle. They should have had two rifles anyway. But Nikosi jumped in a little bit too far. And maybe a little bit of a faster play to end off this half here. Zaruba, and yes, PKL had no idea that he could be up con so quickly. I like that. Only one player risking it as well. And obviously, it would look dumb if he just walked into a pistol and got instantly headshot on a round like this against a low buy. But it is a change up again that has worked out. Blowing up the smoke on short, but there are still a couple of players here. And Zevi with that FAMAS. They actually go as a group that time, but it hasn't worked out. Suddenly, it switched again. 4v3 to try and even up the half at 6-6.
Yeah, managing to somehow flip this on its head here after a decent start from Solid in the round, but Zevi who pops off, he'd been quiet so far throughout this half. They're going to move this back over towards A. You've just got Shea playing passive back in towards the CT spawn. He's only got an MP9 as well, so it's really not a great weapon to be solo holding A. More than likely, he's forced to give up that bomb plant for them to just try and play out a retake instead. And they do have a kit at least to work with, but with limited utility, it could be a pretty difficult retake. So they are hoping to try and get these players in position before that bomb even goes down, as you can see.
Yeah, 20 seconds. Clock is tough. They might try and swarm as soon as that bomb is planted even, because VSM has got this insurance policy flank here. 7 seconds, in it comes. Doesn't deny it, but he does get a kill. But the kills actually go the way of Solid very, very quickly as well. And Lukosi, I think he knows where both these two remaining players are, but he can't clear them out. And it's Solid who grab a slim lead at 7-5 in this first half. Let's see if they can keep it up after the break. Second half. Ready and raring to go. Solid have put in a pretty decent performance on this second map. I mentioned that Fluxo can be a little bit hot and cold on Mirage. Let's see if they can bounce back on their T side and top the league afterwards. Already a nice headshot on the kit holder. Zaruba playing from CT. And GBB has been pushed back into jungle already. Do they want to try and push him down? There are 2 players there, so I think not.
And just overrunning the Z-bomb site completely. Not too often you see 5-on-5 retakes here on Mirage. It's going to be a tough one with the kick player already tagged up quite heavily there. Zariba on 29. They're going to force the issue in towards window. They overlooked them for a moment. GBB gets taken out by Shay in the end. And well, as they start swarming this bomb site now, it's a 4-on-4. A ton of damage already done towards Solid with 2 players on low health. They just want to stick it. I believe they already have a player gone ahead and on the bomb. Yeah. Somehow manages to pull it off. He's left with 4 health and he gets the final 2 kills. Luca in the meantime had just been spamming from connector and couldn't land those last few bullets that he needed. It was 4 health for Zariba. I think he was at like maybe 20 when he hopped on the bomb initially as well, so it was so close.
What on earth? What on earth? As you say, I mean, Zariba was the first player to take contact in the entire round, and that contact was a headshot. Down to 23 immediately, I think, as you say, was the health, and then took another bullet, still survived to get the defuse. That is utterly ridiculous. And even the kills at the end, 2 more extra kills at the end, were just compounded the ridiculousness, to be honest. That is unfortunate for Fluxo, but of course the plant and plenty of kills means they're going to have 2 AKs in play alongside 2 Galils. It's arguably just as good a buy, just with a little bit, I was about to say, a little bit less utility. That's usually the case, but it's not. They actually have better utility. It's a better buy despite losing the pistol, in my view. So often the case.
Yeah. Oh, BNC gets that initial kill. Does take a ton of damage, but he gets rid of one of the rifles, I believe, there as well, the early stages. So that's a big pickup. They do look like they still want to go ahead and commit this towards the A bomb site, though. The problem is the smoke goes down now, and I was going to say there's still a player in on default who would have been a big thorn on their side there if they tried to push out through Palace. And only, I believe, a few seconds ago did the bomb actually make its way back towards ramp to join up with that other player. So they weren't quite ready for the commitment. And at this point now, you've got 2 players waiting on the bomb site. And with the deep B aggression, they've got the other 2 on the way pretty soon, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they can burst through this. 25 seconds, great HE from PKL. He, of course, was the man who sacrificed himself for just the deagle, a bit of utility, and there is the force into the open by Lakowski. Very clean, very well done. And this, they're just looking for some kills now on this hold from CT. LCM probably will go down here, and yes, he will. Great answer back from Fluxo. I thought their buy looked better. It's a very, very common situation now for, even if that buy doesn't look better, even if it is Mac 10s and Galils rather than a couple of AKs, it's so common for that second round buy to be a success. It almost feels like it is a pure 50-50, and winning the pistol doesn't really give you much if that T-bomb plant does come through. Just fixing something with the HUD quickly, and we'll get back into the game very, very shortly. But yeah, won't be too long. Fluxo now feel like if they can overcome the forced buy wars here and be the first team to win 2 rounds in a row, they'll probably be well set.
Yeah, and they should have a pretty decent up on the economy here, I believe, coming into this next round. We'll have to check, of course, when we get back in for sure. But it's another one of those rounds that could really decide the pace of the game right now. Got a few of these. Neither team has really ever got a chance to build up too heavy of a lead. See, 1 AK and MP9 and some pistols here for Solid. So if this goes south, then they're on the eco. It's going to be 8-8 and we'll be neck and neck once again. Ramp aggression coming through, though. This could catch the player coming back from Palace. It's a potential M4 to steal away. See whether they find success or not. The initial kill goes the way of Shay, and the second gets the spray down using those wooden planks for cover. Well, he probably puts a stop to really any hope in this round for Solid, because that AK isn't in a recoverable position.
Yeah, that's like not a bad call there from Solid. It looks silly just to push dry like that, but have the support of one player with that gun, it makes sense to try and take the initiative when you think maybe there's some space to be taken. Not this time. ESM needs to be careful, and he is careful. 5-7 close range could easily have taken him down in one headshot there, but he only takes a shot to the pec. And now it's down to GBB. Do they overlook him? They will, but it's a good reaction from VSM. Once again, that'll make it 8-7. With a full eco to come in for solid. With just the MP9 likely. So 8-8 is looking like it's on the cards. Can Fluxo stack the deck?
Yeah, I mean, even if he saves MP9 forward, it's really not a lot to work with when they'll be just likely rocking USPs elsewhere. Maybe a few P250s or something, but there'll be very little investment. And this was such a clean round from Fluxo as well. If they manage to keep all 5 alive here, then they're going to have a chance to really start bolstering that economy. Oh, hang on though. They're going in towards LCM. He's got that MP9 and he gets destroyed. All 5 players left standing. We're likely about to be tied up at 8-8 after this round with 0 investment, most likely from Solid. They cannot afford to even pull out P250s.
Yeah, 1900 per player feels awful, doesn't it? That's what happens when you lose that forced by war. What kind of stack are we looking at here? Maybe 3 or 4 window. I've seen multiple different angles for stacking on Mirage. You can have 3 or 4 window. You can put them on ticket. Some players under ticket, some players on top of ticket, and try and hold for a ramp push. But just chilling in the same sort of window area. Fortunately, I don't think much is going to come of it. They aren't really playing together in this one. I prefer some of those USB stacks on a round such as this to maybe at least get some cheeky dinks and a couple of kills, but seeming like nothing's going to come of it. Fluxo smartly playing the long ranges. Ooh. Clean. PKL makes sure that his teammate doesn't drop.
And that's 2 in a row where they don't drop anyone, so their economy is ridiculously strong now. They've got a bit to reinvest in terms of pulling out a few nades that they used up, but they're all still sitting happily at or above 6,000 at this point. So Solid are going to have a troublesome time cracking their way back into this. They have to win 2, maybe even 3 gun rounds in a row by the time that economy starts wearing down. We need a big turn of the tide. We haven't really seen either team dominate that hard. Apart from, I would say, these last few rounds. LCM with the initial kill catches VSM around the edge of the smoke. They seem happy now with this 5-on-4 advantage. Smoking off the bottom of connector themselves, saying, yeah, whatever, you can have mid for the moment.
Tried to launch himself across, but caught. Oh, look out. Does he go through the smoke? I think that's probably his best bet now, because GBB has taken Zevi in the meantime from ladder. He's going to have to make noise dropping, of course, so he's going to put himself on the ledge and wait for a swing. And that's a nice little shoulder pick to just make sure what's going on there. Nice flick, though. Makes it 3v4. This is still in the balance. Oh, he's been seen jumping back over to Apps, though. That's unfortunate. If he wasn't seen there, then maybe the lack of intel on his positioning could have made a difference. But they're going to be allowed to get a smoke in toward market and herd the bomb down onto the site, I believe. And there is a bit of a bit of support coming in from Che as well. It's a bit late, but he'll be there very soon. So, an after plot 3v4. There's no re-smokes available, but there are some flashes. This is now very, very doable.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, it's not kicking off well. Luca gets that initial kill. They've got 2 players now pushing up through short, and they're going to need a quick entry to hopefully allow their teammate in kitchen to start moving out as well, and it's just not happening. Time ticking away a bit too quickly for their liking, and without a kit in their possession, they've already decided a save is the way to go, and Yeah, that's understandable. The damage that was done as well to two of their players, saving these 3 weapons forward, having a chance to drop a couple here in this next round and hopefully salvage something. It's going to be Fluxo though on 9.
These mid rounds and some of these retakes have not been Solid's strong suit in this entire day of CS so far for them. Ancient, it was a weakness of theirs. They had a couple of man advantages, 5 versus 3. Lost them, then lost it in an afterplant. And there are a number of close rounds, 2v2s, 3v3s, where there was an afterplant chance to retake. And most instances, it went Fluxo's way. This is another one of those. Because he kind of did it himself. He's 19-7 in this map so far.
Again, wanting this mid control. Not going to move as quick out through the smoke, instead waiting, I believe, for a bit of presence to get down through under. It's VSM. Sorry, I believe it's actually Luca. I'm getting thrown off by the numbers.
Yeah, that's the coach thing. That's the fact we've got coaches enabled means that the numbers are weird. There's no 11 or 12 key on the keyboard. So I'm pretty sure as well, I had a look into this. I'm pretty sure it can't be rebound, like, you know, bound. Really? Bind key 11 to C or whatever, right?
It's
I'm pretty sure
thing,
that just can't. It just doesn't exist. So it is very awkward for observers and producers alike.
Sevi not quite landing what could have been a fantastic opportunity there to start clawing their way towards that A bomb site, or at the very least we've given them an advantage. It's actually heavy presence towards this A side of the map right now from the CT side. So I was gonna say, I don't know if Fluxo want the full commitment, but it's just all gone their way. 3 initial entries, even with that 1 trade back, good damage was done, allowing for a quick trade once again in favor of Fluxo, and CSO is pushed deep into the B apartments to try and just see if he can hold on to his M4.
It's starting to fall apart for Solid. They had the chance to compound a pretty good first half, 7-5 first half with that pistol. They get to 8-5. They lose that force because of the how strong that Fluxo force buy was. It wasn't even force buy. It felt like a full investment even. And there's going to be nothing saved into the next round either. 3.4, 3.8 per player. Zaruba's got a little bit more. Maybe they can throw in a hero A1S with Kevlar or something, because he'll still be able to buy with full loss in the next round anyway. There it is. Wow, I got something right.
Yeah, having a little bit of a discussion to see what they're going to do and what could be one of their last gun rounds coming up in this next one. I don't want to see much investment here. They do have full loss bonus, so they can get pistols and Kevlar at the very least to back up that M4, but as you can see, they couldn't fully invest. It's going to need to be a flawless comeback starting from this next round onwards, unless they pull off a bit of a miracle here, of course. As we are getting back into it, the A spawns right there from Fluxo. Are they going to use them? Might try and get this early peek out ramp, knowing the utility will be limited for the CT side and that the weapons won't be great. It's definitely a viable option, but they haven't gone too quickly with it, instead setting up for an execute pretty much straight away.
Yeah, let's see what Solid can do against that with not really much to respond with. Of course, set spawns since that update that came through. No difference either side now. Nice flash into ramp, but PKL just gets his vision returned to him in time. And there's nothing doing for BNC. Another nadal fly-in toward LCM from Lukowski. He takes his one. Zuba's trying to do his best with the M4. I mentioned was a good option to go toward. There's going to be a second flashing towards CT, and yeah, absolutely full blinded up. VSM holds down Mouse 1, almost even gets a chance to pull up the Glock and finish off Zaruba. But in the end, Zevi will do just that. 11-8, creeping toward the finish line and creeping toward that top spot in ESL Season 47 South America.
Yeah, it was such a promising start as well from Solid. They had a good T side. This defense, though, just hasn't been it. Before they've been struggling to get the buys together half of the time, with the economy just being broken every time they had a chance to start building it. But it's just how it be sometimes.
It be what it be.
With mid smokes to let them try and get this quick short control, which will work out for PKL actually, so not bad. We haven't seen much in terms of fast mid control. Solid didn't really bother with it too much, with short anyway, when they were on that T side.
Yeah. I actually wonder if they have any idea at all that PKL could even be here.
Maybe not considering CSO, yeah.
Yeah, there it is. And so, weirdly as well, PKL gets that kill and doesn't even break the metal on the hole there.
Perfect
Sometimes
spray control.
Exactly. Sometimes that can happen, right? Just go straight through the gap. Yeah, they had absolutely no clue that he could have got up there so quickly. Those smokes were put in play for that sort of idea, and it works out nicely for them.
Another kill again, this time from VSM. It's just crumbling for Solid. Doesn't seem like there's much that they can do. A 5-on-3, they've got to take a gamble and try and stack up one of these bomb sites with Zariba and GBB heading towards A together. They've also pulled LCM back towards the kitchen, so he can also be a quick rotate. The problem is, as you can see, PKL's ran onto B, and while he will be taken down, I was going to say that might pull players away from the A bomb site, but it doesn't seem to be actually selling much of a fake.
They haven't really got much time to make this decision either. They could be walking into a bit of a mixer here. There are 2 M4 still on the site. VSM needs to do the work here, but he's whiffed. This is going to fall apart, I feel like. VSM needs to do something with this, and he's going to have not many bullets left. Thankfully, Lukosi helps out. But LCM has a chance to deny something here. A wallbang could come through on the plant, but no, he just can't get it in time. Didn't feel comfortable peeking for it, even though he's so close. I thought there could be a shot there for a second. He would have won the round if he hit that wallbang and managed to stay alive behind Ticket, but that's so frustrating for him. Spammed down so much through Ticket. VSM will pull out the Tech 9 to finish it off. Map points for Fluxo. And 4 of them.
Yeah, I mean, the first of which is going to be probably the easiest attempt as well, because you've only got 3 M4s, sorry, and a FAMAS and an MP9. Make that 2 now again. I think they sold one back to get a scout. So yeah, I was correct. I was just too early in my statement. It's a glass cannon scout as well. That's what they done to get the extra M4 over to Zariba, I believe.
Yeah, fair enough. I respect that.
Can't call it a glass cannon, was it?
Glass catapult.
Catapult, okay, yeah. I mean, I feel like a catapult's pretty powerful as well.
It's pretty powerful, but it's not as powerful as a cannon, is it? So
true. Oh, I was going to say a decent start. Good trade on the dink at the very least there. Doesn't let Luca get away completely unscathed.
Oh, long range laboured spray onto Zariba. He just gets away with it. But again, these are the sort of advantages that Solid have been really struggling to close out an entire 2 maps. This evening of play, it's been their Achilles heel. But this time Lukosi is really low. There's only 1 defender on B. There is a quick rotation on GBB at least. Maybe this could be a little bit of a ruse. Only toward Van will be thrown from the apps, but there's that important kill onto Zaruba. VSM takes damage by doing it though, and it will force them into LCM. That probably puts an end to it now because VSM doesn't realise that GBB is still in jungle, so finally they're going to win out an advantage. Lukosi is worth for him to try and damage here because he's got $13,650 in his very big bank.
Yeah, I mean, no point trying to save, as you said. May as well go for it. Chances of him actually getting anything, though, I would say are pretty slim, unless he gets the drop on someone, which isn't going to happen. The timing is a bit awkward. GBB swings Palace and gets himself a 3rd kill. Covers an AK as well, so they'll get a few upgrades. Of course, went into that round pretty limited in terms of weaponry, so they did manage to pull off a bit of a miracle now to give themselves a lifeline. 3 more rounds in a row for an overtime. It's very doable. It seems difficult considering they hadn't really come alive on this CT side at all before. This is really the first sign of life that we've had from them.
Yeah. And the worst part is that Fluxo probably have money for the rest of the game. So, makes it even more painful. Maybe if it actually does get to round 24, they might have one Galil or something like that, but they have more than enough. Zaruba tries to block the stairs smoke, and he does that really well, actually. Smart stuff from Zaruba. This could work out for a cheeky kill. Oh, he does so much damage. The block on the smoke was perfect, but he can't convert that opportunity.
Yeah, his teammates held back for the moment, though. At least not losing control of the bomb site, since the Tias are still back in ramping with this flank from BNC. He might be good to maybe even pull off a couple of kills here and steal that bomb away. Here we go. Waits to get himself more than one. There we go. Gets the drop with a bit of help from CSO to take out that player that was lurking, I believe, over on B. So the numbers have gone in favor of the CT side for a moment, until VSM out of nowhere rips off 2 heads and brings it into a 1-on-1, but the health just isn't there. And it should be a free kill from CSO. There you have it. A 10th round out of nowhere, pretty much from Solid. That round was crazy.
NT for VSM, but he couldn't battle his way through. Expecting the rotation not to be as close, considering he just killed 2 with quick fire headshots. But yeah, as we've said, the money is still very, very solid. And yes, they will probably have a full purchase, so we probably won't even have that one lil in round 24 if we get there. But a great battle from Solid in these last couple of rounds. That flank was gorgeous. Very calm with it too, making sure that he hits those 2 headshots, of course, because I've seen nightmarish situations before where only the dink is hit with the M4, and there's a massive quick reaction that denies the multi-kill.
Very slow round being played out right now by Fluxo. He said they had money for the rest of the half, and that's still true, but you want to try and finish it here and now so you don't even have to go into the pressure of this final round. So little utility remaining already for Solid. That could be an issue as the Ups find each other. A shot landed only does 30 damage through the edge of Connector, I believe. LCM in an awkward spot now as he gets caught in behind triple. Tosses a nade out as the initial kill at least does go the way of Solid. Zaruba even getting himself a second. Still in position here on default as well. Manages bait VSM into position, and well, it seems like a bit of a clean-up at this point with only Luca left standing. Bomb not really in his reach either.
Yeah, and they still got a short to worry about. With GBB still here. Zaruba with 3 kills in this round. More good work from him. Once again, VSM kind of overlooked the possibility of there being a separate player to fight, when he was so focused on removing one more from that default area. Flash comes through to try and remove Lukowski. It actually would have been a nice idea to take him down there. Because if they did kill him after time, he would have been left with 3 grand and no gun. So that would have probably put a Galil into play. But as it is, there's still enough for absolutely everything for Fluxo. And that obviously attempt from Solid did not hurt their money either. So round 24-24, do we go to overtime? Do we have a chance for Solid to perhaps get some more points on the board in ECL this season? Or are Fluxo going to top the league?
I mean, I think we might see that overtime. It looks pretty possible. Solid have been really turning things around the last while here on the CT side, and with a couple of shaky moments in between. Heavy B presence from Fluxo, and with currently a pretty passive B hold. You've got the op back in the kitchen, I believe, and then you've got a player pushed up deep on short. So a couple of well-placed smokes could let them in towards this bomb site. Ronaldo focusing on that mid control to maybe try and pull some players even further away from the bomb sites.
Contact. Great reaction from CSO. Quiet game from him so far, but that could be his biggest kill yet. And Lakosi tries to creep his way in. They're thinking it's not being watched, but they didn't know of that second player in toward ladder. But there's still a chance to make it work on B. They've made it work before, and Zevi finds that trade onto his counterpart. And that short player is still doing such good work. GBB getting one extra kill, keeps it alive, but once again, Zevi steps up. He's had a quiet Mirage, it has to be said. This massive triple could be enough. It's now down to BNC for overtime. Zevi's holding the line, but BNC takes it, and we are going overtime between these two. Great clutch, perfect crosshair placement. And Zeb's heroics go unrewarded. More rounds on Mirage to come.
Right into what I presume?
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were going to have a break or not. A lot of the times you do before getting into the OT, but it seems like the boys are ready to just keep on playing while the momentum is rolling. As you said, tremendous clutch right there in the 1-on-2. And a rough idea as to where Zevi was, but it's still always just so difficult to peek into that op. Fluxo have got to be kicking themselves. They had this in the bag, 11-8 I believe at one point, only to let it slip away. Now end up in an overtime. Let's see what Solid have. Can they keep this up? Can they manage to maybe even pull off a flawless CT side here before heading over onto their T side? Because that's where they really struggle as GBB and LCM find the initial kills. So indeed, Solid are keeping up this performance heading into the OT.
Wow.
We knew the economy. It's not like the economy had been an issue for Flux, so they were buying all of those rounds before, even when Solid managed to claw back that comeback.
Yeah. Lakosi 25-11, and it's gone unrewarded in this game. Look at the kills for Solid. They only have one player who's currently going positive. Yeah, they've pulled it to OT. Here's some creeping up, but he's got the bomb. Needs to be wary of the possibility of that underback player, and I don't think he's going to check it. It's a freebie for Zaruba. Lakosi has to try and do work on an AWP instead now. He'll be mollied off as well. Even more frustrating.
Lucas had a really good performance on 26 kills. As we had said, Zevi just ain't his game, apparently. Not having a great time at all. CSO is on a little bit of a hunt. I don't think anyone's actually going to find them in time here with only a few seconds remaining. As the lead goes the way of Solid early on in the overtime. 13-12. The up being carried through probably helps them here in the long run. PKL gets it dropped over. He should give it to Zevi now, I'd imagine. Yeah, there we go. And it ensures that they'll be able to buy again in this next round with the op and everything else if needed. But ideally, they don't want to have to worry about that. They'd like to just start getting some more rounds on the board here and now.
Yeah.
Time for a tactical timeout. Makes sense. Take a moment to chat. Take a breather.
Do you get given an extra one when it's overtime? I can't remember.
I'm not sure whether they just hadn't used them all or not. I
Yeah,
think so.
I wasn't sure. I seem to remember reading something in the rules about being given an extra one for overtime, but
I believe so,
be,
but I'm not sure.
I might be completely misremembering.
Definitely used to, but I just don't know if it's still the same rules anymore. I don't cover as many games. Yeah. Either way, they needed that breather, as we had said. They went straight into the overtime, so even between the kind of the start of the overtime and the end of the regulation, they didn't have that moment. Ooh, LCM dropped out. This could be dangerous. He actually calls for assistance from BNC, who comes out connector, and with a bit of help from Window, they again shut down that mid control from Fluxo. And this forces the hand. They've got to commit out towards A now.
Oh, nice. Pre-aim from VSM. But again, advantageous situation. They haven't been recovering these with as much ease as earlier on in the series. Solid have a lead. I mentioned about them having so many close games in ECL South America this season and not being able to translate it into many victories. Only one win, and that was Also in overtime. Once again, Zevi's hit an important frag to recover it. 3v3, VSM trying to take deeper control for jungle, but he's got to be wary of Connector at some point when that smoke fades, of course. And there's another important kill for LCM. VSM will drop this time. Flash spotted. Zevi wants to play aggressive because he knows he needs to, but he has a pretty rough angle. It's down to Lukosi, the king of the game so far. Ooh, it's close, but there's just too many men to fight. And the defuse can come in comfortably. 14-12 for Solid. They're battling superbly here.
Yeah, we're getting some close rounds, sure, but they managed to keep edging them out, and that's almost even more impressive. The fact that they're managing to win out some of these, a lot of these clutch situations against a team who, I mean, you don't really need to make the argument, who have a lot more experience. It's just a given. Double up setup for Solid. Okay, that's a change up.
I like it.
It's risky for sure.
If there's ever a time to do it, it's now. We have this amount of money in overtime.
I suppose CSO was using an AUG before, so it's not that much of a change. He's still rocking a longer ranged scoped weapon. Would make retakes a bit more complicated though.
Oh, okay. Again, we're going for a bit of a faster split toward A, but again, Solid are just really feeling confident on these frags, but a nice blow up of the smoke there gives Zevi a pick. It's back and forth once again, and once again, it leaves Lukosi in a clutch. He was on that mid-luck. He sees ahead of one, but he's rebuilt his position. Thankfully, still wall bangs him down. It's down to CSO on that secondary AWP. Lukosi wanting to hit 30 to at least get 1 T round for this, for his troubles. Problem is, of course, the bomb is not in his possession, and CSO is keeping a BDI on it. He knows there's a possibility he could come from CT, and that is now where Lukosi will go from. 45 seconds, there's still plenty of time to walk this. But CSO, of course, will start doubting himself now, but he's looking in the right spot. But it's a big miss, and this nade could be fatal. Oh, 10 HP. Pistols are out. It's now very, very nervy. A smoke will block him off. How is my brother alive? It's a very awkward battle in this 1 versus 1, and this is so important, of course, in this overtime. CSO is circling the smoke. Lukosi's trying to find him, but he's on triple, and once again, he's out of ammunition. 10 seconds on the clock. It's getting ridiculous now. Where is CSO? Lukosi has no idea. He's still behind triple, and he's still hiding. It's absolutely ridiculous, and somehow he survives. Goodness gracious me. Solid clean the CT half of overtime. 15-12 in ridiculous fashion.
I don't even know what to say after that. I don't know how he managed to be behind triple for so long without being expected, and then once he is noticed, somehow the Glock doesn't kill him there. What the hell happened?
What?
15-13. 15-12 rather. Jesus Christ. What was that? You're kicking yourself right now as you're Luca, wasn't it?
Oh, that's one of the wildest endings to a round, especially in overtime, that I think I've seen in a very long time. That's going in the clip folder, I think. Goodness.
Got a pause, but not a tactical one, I don't believe.
Maybe someone smashed a desk.
Yeah,
after that
seems reasonable.
It actually is reasonable after that as well. Honestly, I can understand the frustration.
Seems CSO is the one who might have an issue. Maybe cheered too hard.
Possibly.
Celebrated a bit too much and broke something.
Ah, that's wild.
It was indeed crazy, and well, Solid have managed to turn this around from what was at one point, I believe, 11-8 to 15-12. Absolutely nuts. A completely different team in comparison to what we've seen from them on Ancient, really. No one's really carrying too much of the weight. It seems like a pretty solid team effort. You've got GBB on 20, Zariba and LCM on 19, 15 and 11 then on BNC and CSO. So everyone's doing their part, really. Luca, on the other hand, has a bit of back pain.
True. I mean, I couldn't believe that he didn't win that round in the end. It's crazy that just wouldn't. None of that would have occurred if he just hit the spray when CSO actually missed that original shot.
And then he just crouched down in position while the spam was coming through the smoke, didn't get hit somehow, and manages to creep around the triple, stay alive. There were so many moments he should have died and just didn't somehow.
I know. Wow. Well, we've got something for the memory bank from tonight, that's for sure. Anyway, back to what actually matters in real time. Fluxo need a clean sweep of 3 here to actually stay alive in this BO1. Solid trying to get their second win of the season in ECL. I thought this would be Fluxo taking the lead in the league once again off of Adalya Amigos. But Solid just need 1 on this T-half now. Don't forget their T-half was not that bad.
Oh, don't see him while blinded. Gets a headshot through smoke with the op, apparently. Not sure how that played out. Over towards B, was it? I'm not sure. Mid, sorry. Either way, there was a kill towards B in the meantime, yeah. Oh, CSO may have just beat the time, and unfortunately the steps have been heard, so VSM was still ready as his position now to shut down short, and this is looking much better from Fluxo now that they're back on this CT side. This was where they found most of their success in the first half as well, and well, VSM with a 4K.
That was really nice from VSM on the secondary AWP as well. We saw Solid pick it up, of course, on CT. It's now Fluxo's turn. VSM, a good AWPer in his own right. Makes it look good. 2 more for more rounds.
Yeah, very doable. We could see more overtimes than this. We're not too sure what to expect on this T side from Solid, really. It was a struggle in regulation. Not too crazy in the early stages anyway, just a default. Bit of mid-presence with the utility, but they aren't going to follow up on it quite yet. Happy to let Fluxo waste as many nades as they want while they sit back and wait it out. They were looking for the fight. Didn't quite work out, unfortunately, and that deep connector smoke that his teammate put down probably just stopped PKL from being able to help Luca, so I'm not sure they were really communicating there about what they wanted to do on mid.
A chance in this 5 versus 4. Che could easily get caught out here. It's being watched by LCM. Legs will be spotted first, of course, if Che moves forward. Oh, it's getting spooky. Legs have been spotted, but it's only a tag through the wall and just gets away with it, does Che. Very nervy. But another tag through the side of the ramp there, and he's down to 3 HP. 30 seconds for Solid, and that nade comes flying in to deal with him from CSO, banked from that Palace position. 20 seconds now. There are still 2 towards CT, though, and this is where it gets scary. PKL and Zevi team up for 1. 15 seconds for a plant. Where on earth do you plant it? There's a Molotov on the site, which makes it even more difficult. Inverse triple might be the way, and that's what BNC will try, and he will get it down, and they can't deny it. 3 versus 2. Zevi will get taken down as well. It's all VSM, and he's got 8 points of health. Surely this is where it ends. Sandwich and connector. We need some ridiculous pre-fires to deny this, and the positions of the plant are perfect. And there we go. Solid get a very, very well fought win on Mirage to get only their 2nd win in the league this season. Fluxo, I think, will be kicking themselves at that result.
Yeah, and I think with some wins like this coming through for Solid, they'll be kicking themselves that they had so many close matches earlier on in the season that didn't go their way, because they could be much higher up on this scoreboard if even half of the 13-11s or overtime games they had previously had gone their way. So it's unfortunate because they do seem like a very promising team.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, as I think there was 2 overtimes, only one they won. As I said, it was only their second win, and a couple of 16-14s and 13-11s as well. So yeah, absolutely wild. And I think they'll be delighted they managed to close it out at least. It was a very, very tight game. It was kind of the Lukosi VSM show on occasion for Fluxo that they, as we saw on the first map, they were fragging very evenly across the mark. So, yeah, I think I have a chance to look at the MVP. It wouldn't be surprised if it is actually Lukosi, despite him being on the losing side. But we're going to give it to VSM at least. He had a really important round, of course, in that overtime. But yeah, Lukosi tried his best. I think he ended on at least still just over or under around that 100 ADR mark. But in the end, it wasn't enough. So, yeah, kind of ridiculous, that game. And I think Solid will be delighted to bring it through. I think we have to end the stream not too sharpishly, but probably very quickly, because there is a North American match to be played, of course, on this stream tonight. So we're going to end South America coverage for now. I'll say thank you guys so much for watching, but stick around for some NACS to follow. So I will see you guys very soon. I think you'll be joining Mike and JRT for that. So cheers, guys.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another night of the ESL Challenger League here for Season 47. I'm Dark Mike, this is JRT. We'll be taking you through the action tonight, and we got a repeat from last night. They've lagged in the server, now they're lagging back onto our screens. It's lag taking on Might. And this is going to be an interesting one, right? Because Might is another move-up team, but it is a much more experienced one, John.
Yeah, these guys have been around ECL. Suffice to say, DJ in particular, 24th season in ECL. I had to double check that stat, Mike, because I was like, really? He's been around that long? He has indeed been around for all of that time. And I mean, like, he's not the only one. Nifty, of course, has played ECL, played pro, of course. Scar, 4 seasons. Dan's, who's not playing tonight, unfortunately, but it's his second season. And Snakes, it's his 8th season of ECL as he's making his return to competitive play. I think it's his first team in Counter-Strike 2, in fact, that he'll be playing with. So that's cool for Snakes. But yeah, I mean, we saw a lot from Lag yesterday, and Lag has played Might a couple of times, once in a BO1, which they were victorious in, and then they played them in a BO3, and it ended up being Might taking it 2-1, but they still won a map. So, I mean, Lag is a team where I'm not really sure where they fall right now, and we'll have to see.
Yeah, I love a lot of what they're doing. I think maybe it takes a little bit of leveling up, but I think I generally enjoy their approach to the game. Let's take a look at the groups here to give people a sense of where we're at. It's very early days in the season, but of course, these early games are going to matter a lot. And Lag and Might have both started with a 2-0 mopping of their opponents, which sets them up in a pretty prime spot here. For Might, those games came against Mythic, which is definitely one of those gatekeeper opponents that you want to get the dub over. And for Lag, I mean, that's maybe a little bit less of a proving ground up against One More Esports, another move-up team. Obviously, we're seeing One More bottom of the board, not having the hottest start to the season with that 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday it felt like they were their own worst enemy, right? Because they had the advantages, especially on map number 1, and they just could never really get it going, never really close it out. They couldn't find that finishing touch that they needed, and they got very aggressive at times and careless. I think that defines their play yesterday. Just very careless, not enough attention to detail, and I think that needs to improve.
But we don't need to worry about them. They're not on the broadcast tonight. I see you getting spun back up, John.
No,
That's
I'm okay.
Over
I'm
and
okay.
done with. Don't gotta watch them tonight. We're talking about Might. We're talking about Lag here. And I mean, for Might, right? This is a team that I think a lot of expected to have a bit more fanfare, a bit more of an explosion on the scene. When you're talking about a name like Nifty, right? Who's played at the top level of play. When you're talking about a guy like DJ, who was perennially at the top of ECL for a very long time, made some runs into Pro League. When you've got a guy like Snakes, who's a one-time prodigy, I mean, you're looking at this roster, and you're looking at a couple of the iterations that they've had with this Might, and you're saying, I mean, this could be hot stuff. This could be the next big thing. But a lot of these are players where their star has faded a little bit. You know, they're not necessarily at the peaks that they once were. They're looking to build that back up. They're looking to get back there. And right now, it's a premium season for them, right? They've had enough time as a roster. They've had some time together as a team, right? We want to start seeing the results here from Might.
Yeah, no question. I think they also struggled in relegation a little bit, right? They lost their first match against the Bad News Bears, who actually didn't end up even making it back to ECL, right? The team got relegated completely to advance. I think it ended up disbanding. But either way, they had to defeat the next 2 teams in the lower bracket, which was Pantsu, which that name will never get old for me, and Lag. And after that, Rocket, actually it was 3 teams, Rocket 2-1 to qualify for ECL season 47. But yeah, some creative names in the mix there. Regardless, they were able to come out with the qualification to this season.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side, Lag, I mean, it's a very different story, right? A team that's moving up, apart from Nick, not a lot of experience at this level of play. It's a bit more of a motley crew in terms of their background, at least the way that they're flagged. So it's an interesting one. We do have a schedule, though, to take a look at, because there are more games happening tonight over on that B stream. So be sure to check that out. Carpe Diem taking on the Limitless, which is going to be another interesting match. Carpe Diem in particular, I'm curious to see what form they're in, having lost Walco. Walco now being announced as the newest IGL of NRG. Very exciting move over there, but you're left in Carpe Diem kind of trying to pick up the pieces and figure out where the leadership's going to come from.
Sorry, Mike. He left Carpe Diem a little while ago. It was such a short stint that it's hard to remember, but he was on the Party Astronauts briefly. And
you're right.
Yeah, and then he was picked up from Party Astronauts. Carpe Diem actually already had a chance to adjust to that new roster, so I think they'll be okay. But we'll have to see. But yeah, no, I mean, Walco being added to that to NRG is really fun. I mean, we don't have to spend too much time on it because we're not covering that a match with them, but I think it's going to be interesting to see as NRG moves on throughout this season. But let's keep going, Mike.
Let's keep going. Indeed. We'll focus back in. We'll zoom back in the microscope here on Might and Lag. I mean, this Lag team, right? I think what they impressed us with was their ability to slow things down. We were kind of watching a very hectic game, particularly on Nuke, and then over towards Overpass. Once Lag moved on to the T side, we saw what you want out of a T side of overpass. We saw a little bit of discipline. We saw them close down that pace. We saw them take their time, clear things out, use utility, play together. These all sound like the basics, but they are the things that we look at with a move up team where we really do key in on, where is this team developmentally? Because a lot of teams can sort of bulldoze their way through some competition using mechanics, using skill, using talent. But what we want to see is we want to see that development as a cohesive roster. We want to see them come together as a unit. We want to see them play well together.
Yeah, and I think admittedly they had their struggles yesterday. There were moments, lapses of judgment that came through less than their opponents on one more, but they still happened on more than one occasion. And I think that another thing that they don't use enough, and I still think I'm going to keep an eye on it keep an eye on it tonight, is flashbangs. Like their flashbang stats were so low. Their highest player at 0.44 flashes thrown coming into this season, which, I mean, you should always have at least one that's a standout, your IGL or something at 0.7 or 0.8 or above. For example, Nifty's at 0.9, I believe it is. Yeah, 0.98 flashes thrown per round. So you need that one guy who's really setting you up with the utility and a follow-up as well, who's going to help out once the first salvo util is tossed out. I don't know if that's necessarily there yet for Lag. I mean, it'll come with time, but it's going to become way more important in versus advanced, where you can kind of just run and I don't want to say run and gun, but you can take fights and you don't necessarily
There's a lot
need
more
the
dry
util as
fighting.
much. Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
We definitely saw that in the matchup last night, where it's like, okay, this doesn't really resemble what we're used to seeing at a higher tier of play. And I mean, for Might, right, they're certainly trying to build in that right way, where maybe they're not quite at the top level they're hoping to approach, but when you're talking about guys like Nifty, you're talking about guys like DJ, they've been there, done that in terms of the utility usage, in terms of playing together, in terms of having the timing on that fight. They're going to be able to punish if you're trying to go for too many dry fights, if you're trying to really just brawl them, and you're just sort of giving up those advantages.
Exactly. No, and I mean, I think that Might has an opportunity here with all the experience that they have to really punish tonight. There is a bit of a difference, and I think we're going to go into the rosters soon, but I'll talk about it now. Louis is going to come in as the sub for Might in place of Dan's, which, I mean, to me, might give a chance for Lag to come out and get a win here. Yeah, there you go. But he's just a lot more at an average level, let's say, in terms of performance compared to Dan's, who's actually above average. And I really wanted to see what he could bring to the table, but we won't get that chance here tonight. And I think that that's a downgrade, unfortunately, for Might here tonight. That said, Nifty and DJ have been the heavy hitters for this roster, and I'm happily saying DJ because I remember his time with ATK. He really struggled to find his place and his role, and he never really got to those numbers that we'd seen in the past. But now, over the last 3 months, he is their frag leader, plus 61 kill to death differential with 414 frags and averaging 17.2 frags per map with an 84.3 ADR, all on the top of his team. And he's taking a lot of fights, a lot of entries, which is, I mean, a great place for him to shine. And I'm glad to see him back in that role because that's where he plays best.
It's kind of fascinating, right? I feel like he's a guy who's done everything.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a Swiss Army knife player.
Yes.
A lot of times he'll take the sacrifice to set up his teammates, take a more of a utility supportive role. He's played as a lurk before. He's played really everywhere in and outside of the pack. I mean, it makes sense. He's had a long career at this point, but it really is a player where, it's like, okay, what do we need everybody else to be doing? Okay, what do we need me to be doing? I'll fit in. I'll make this work, whatever the role is. And if he's taking a little bit of space in this roster, I mean, that certainly could be something that's very exciting to watch. Let's talk about the veto here. We're getting close to match time. I'm getting excited to hop on in. So what map do you think we're going to get here, John?
I'm thinking Ancient or Anubis. I'd lean maybe more towards Anubis.
Okay, well, roll the vetoes. You'd be right. I was going to say, I think you're wrong. You're actually wrong entirely. It's Mirage. Whoa. There we go.
Okay.
I was going to say, I'm looking at the veto I've been sent. You thought you were right for a moment, but you were, in fact, debated. And instead, it's going to be a Mirage pick for map number 1, which is interesting. A little bit more brawly, a little looser. What do we think this might favor?
I feel like it gives Lag a better chance here, given that they are more used to taking a lot of duels, a lot of fights, and that's what Mirage is all about. There's still a lot of utility usage that's very important, especially on that T side, that I'm sure they know, obviously. They know all the smokes. They know how to get window smoke. They know how to get those flashes thrown, but I think that they might favor going for fights a little bit more than necessarily those strategies or executes. So we'll have to see how Lag decides to approach this. But I think they probably wanted to move away from Ancient Anubis, which actually both teams like to play because Might likes to play it so much. I think they wanted to avoid that map, those two maps.
It would make sense. I mean, looking at these teams when they did match up in relegation, Mirage was actually played, and it was an overtime game, and it was a win for Might. So a slim win, but definitely one of those where you're looking at it and saying, well, we can run this back. Got it to OT. Can't tell you exactly how that happened, but definitely a pretty even ground, I think, for a brawl between these two squads.
Yeah, and I mean, that was back when Stamina was still part of the roster. That's another story we didn't even cover, really, right? Because they made it all the way to ECL. Stamina was part of the team. He helped them get through relegation and find their place in this league in the season, and then he just left the team for personal reasons. I feel like he wasn't feeling like it was going the way he envisioned. A lot of different elements, I'm sure, behind the scenes that we don't have visibility on. But at the same time, now they have Snakes joining the roster finally as the permanent replacement. I think Louis was subbing in at some points until they got Snakes to join up. And now Louis is still going to come back to sub in for Dance.
Yeah, I think for Stamina, it's maybe just a question of figuring out what he actually wants to do in the game. Now, working as an analyst, actually, for M80.
Which is a good role.
Which is an interesting evolution for a guy who, clearly has a brain for the game. But it is definitely a challenging part for Mike. They've had to deal with some changes. They've had to deal with some shifts. And, you thought that maybe this was going to be a longer term project. But I think after the lack of qualification through into the RMR, it was a little bit of a tough pill to swallow for them, perhaps. But still definitely a team on the upswing here with room to grow. And I mean, Lag is a familiar opponent. Again, a lot of these early games are between our move ups, are between our teams that have previously battled in advanced or in relegation that haven't necessarily approached the upper echelons just yet. We just haven't really had our top end teams competing this early on in the season.
Yeah, and I mean, that's normal because they're all busy traveling right now, right? To the RMR, to going, and they're going to be other events coming up as well. So,
thinking like an M80, I don't even know when they're going to have a chance to play their games. They've got Pro League. They've got a lot of stuff going on. I mean, if they'd made the major, really, it might have just been a bow out. It's going to be tight scheduling for some of these squads. They're going to be playing a whole lot of matches in a week, I'd imagine.
Yeah, no question. But I think they'll be fine. They're obviously going to be used to it at that point, having played so much Counter-Strike. But fatigue could come into the mix, and there's these bigger events that they're going to be playing. They're going to be a lot more important emotionally and very emotionally draining. If they end up going down or they don't end up finding the form that they want, and even if they do succeed, still you come back, you're like, well, we're competing ECL. It's not the same stakes as it will be for a LAN event, for example. So we'll see what they bring to the table, but I still think they're going to be very effective regardless.
Speaking of LAN events, this is a nice segue. Well, we've got a little bit of time before we hop on into game here, John. We've got some LANs coming up in North America, and I feel like it's important to point those out for our viewing public. Not this weekend, but the following weekend, if I'm not mistaken, if I've gotten my dates right. Fragadelphia will be hosting a LAN in Philadelphia. Always fun. So the latest iteration, it was supposed to be a Valorant LAN. They got 0 signups, changed it to a CS LAN, sold out in like a week or two. Really encouraging signs for the local scene. And then Launders LAN in April will be happening in your neck of the woods up in Canada there, John. You gonna go out to that one?
I don't think I will be. It's a little far. It's in Toronto, so it's like I'm not exactly next door. You're going?
Yeah, I'm gonna drive, I think.
Okay, it's still quite a drive for me, so I don't know. We'll have to see.
What does it take to get from Montreal to Toronto?
I think it's 6 hours.
It's 8 hours for me, actually. So not really much worse.
Okay.
But, what we're saying here is the NA scene is starting to revive. And, teams like Might and Lag, I'm hopeful that they're traveling and competing in these events because that's the best way that you level up a roster when you're trying to improve, when you're trying to get that extra level. LANs are really where you see the crucible of improvement for these teams. and having more and more local lands, this will now be at least our 4th in North America since the start of the year, is really going to, I think, help develop the scene in a way that just, hasn't been available since like 2019.
Yeah, it's really good to see for sure. And I'm glad that at least some grassroots lands are showing up. Fragadelphia has always been there, but the Launders land is obviously amazing. I hope that's something that continues to happen. I believe it's the second one, right? They already had
This
one.
is the second one
before,
already.
so
Yeah,
that's really cool.
I've talked to Launders about it. He wants to run a lot of them. So lands are back in Canada, apparently.
That's awesome. I mean, we haven't had them in so very long. I mean, I remember, oh my God, like maybe 20 years ago, I was casting a LAN. Like it was a really, really long time ago. There weren't many around at that time, and then they kind of disappeared. But I think there's an audience here for sure in
Yeah.
Canada to kind of get those seats filled and, of course, get the team signed up.
Yeah, I mean, look, when's JRT land? When are you going to bring back the great Quebecois French Canadian scene?
I don't know. When I have the money to do it, that's when it's going to happen. I don't have that, of course, right now.
There you go. All right,
But,
if you're a sponsor and you want to sponsor a JRT land right now, hit him up. Let's get the Montreal land going. We all know
God.
the French Canadians used to be the
They-
terror
yeah.
of North America.
They were.
Gotta bring it back, man. It starts in the land scene. We're into the server here. We're into Mirage. We got Might, we got Lag, and I don't really know what we're gonna get, so let's find out.
Yeah, I think we forgot to talk about predictions, Mike, but
Nah, it's all good.
no? Okay, well,
Oh, we can predict.
I-
Predict, John.
I'm just thinking Might is going to take this map. I think they still have enough compared to Lag with all that experience that they should be able to drop them here on Mirage for a second time in a row.
Yeah, look, I'm never going to pick up against my boy Snakes. I know maybe the shine's come off a little bit from the prodigy 15-year-old we once had, but I know what's there. I know the latent talent that's there. I feel like Gohan, at some point, someone's going to put their hand on his head, and he's suddenly going to be the best player in the server again. Oh, but it's a flurry of kills. It was looking rather one-sided for Might on this retake. Now we've got action in this pistol round. A duel, a 1-for-1, and Base will connect the shot. So there we go. Mirage starts off with a bang. That was looking bad for Lag for a moment, but Base just turns the tide.
Unbelievable. I mean, the IGL again coming through, shining for Lag. 3 frags immediately. Yesterday, he was quite strong as well. Didn't end up being a top fragger, but I believe ADR-wise, he was quite impactful right behind Nick at one point. Overall, if I'm not mistaken, Nick ended up being their top ADR player at 87.3. We should probably clarify that again, Mike, just so everyone watching understands.
Yes.
Nick's is NYYX. And
Dumb
Nick
that they're on a
is-
team together.
Yeah.
I need one of them to change that alias, but it is Nick
Yeah.
and Nix. Nick and Nix. If you're wondering why I'm repeating that, it's not for you. It's for me, audience. It's for me. Because I am going to brutalize that a few times here. And you know what? It's not my fault. It's theirs. They've made this. They've made this situation. They've forced me to do this. Ooh, a little bit of a cheeky fight here from Snakes. Going to be able to get one. Oh, lethal with the 5-7. Nearly a second found there. It used to be one of the most ferocious pistol players out there. OG Wizard says, I feel like I should be able to go a little further here. And we'll find a freebie, though the trade is swift. Looks like DJ and Louie are just thinking about saving this one. Gonna be a bit disappointing for them. Louie's... Oh, that nade is actually just designed to... Yep, there it is. There it is. Giga Brain. They're gonna think he was just throwing it at default as well, so they're not that tempted to hunt, but the gun flies in. Louie's now got an AK, and it's a good save for Might.
Well done. So good discipline from Might. Nice nade usage to get a gun saved over. And that won't be too bad for them, right? They did force up to try and get something done into this round. A couple of frags, an AK out of it. Not too shabby. Won't really be able to buy up here. A nifty saving for the AWP. So that's not going to be much of an investment on that side. So yeah, probably just pistols around the MP9 and the AK, but it's still an MP9 and AK that might bring out of this. I'm wondering if Louis is going to drop that AK perhaps for DJ. Maybe they'll trade. No, he's going to stick with it because he brought it out of the round. Why not? Lag on the other side, well, I mean, they continue to look pretty strong, at least in terms of their discipline. So I think they're adapting extremely quickly to the ECL level of play, at least from what we've seen so far. And I think that might be because they faced a lot more adversity in advanced on their journey here than than One More did, because One More were the champions of Advanced. They just found their way right into the league versus, Lag that had to fight their way through relegation against some tough teams. Nyx is going to get the opener here onto Nifty. That'll make it a 5v4, and the A site looks like it's already taken.
Just noticing an early trend of attempting really cheeky, just sit in the smoke plays for Nifty, and I don't know how many times did I have to check to stop doing that, but we'll find out. Okay, hold on. Things are getting interesting here. DJ, the second now. We got a retake on. Now we got a retake on. Nifty would love a rifle. That's not going to happen, and OG clears that out right quick. Unarmored dualies? Man, if only. Maybe a P250 gets this. But this ain't happening.
I would have preferred a little more patience from Snakes in that situation. Perhaps better crosshair placement. I know it's just dualies and the chances of getting it are low, but, a little bit more patience would have been still good.
John. Unarmored dualies. Dualies against armor is like throwing spitballs at him.
You're not wrong. 3-0 in favor of Lag. As we move on to round number 4, and finally the first proper buyout from Might. 4 A1Ss and Nifty with the AWP. And Nifty is indeed a fragging IGL. He is top 2, as I mentioned earlier, plus 10 kill death differential over the last 3 months and 347 frags along with a 1.03 KDR. He's not going to go crazy and pop off at the top, but certainly one that is serviceable with the AW, which is important. He is going to miss that shot as I'm trying to, prop him up, but DJ is there to support him with the rifle.
Big up, and whiff. It never fails.
I know, right?
Our powers are immense. If only I could make that happen in real life. Yeah, Darth Mike will never win the lottery. Boom, lottery ticket hits.
That would be.
If only I had that power.
Yeah.
Man. Be taken over. What would you do if you won the lottery, John?
Oh, wow. That's a good question. I've actually thought about that before. I think everyone has.
Everyone
I would
has.
leave my job immediately, and I would go cast all the time as much as I could. Like, I would just start casting all the time. Maybe host a LAN, actually. That was on my list.
There you go. Yeah, mine's in that vein. I think I'd salary an NACS team. The question is, okay, hold on. OG Wizard, hold on. Hang on. A little bit of juice. Okay, all right, here we go. Big trouble. Scar smoked out. Can't do anything about this. This should be a bomb plant on for Lag. I was gonna say, if they don't have a smoke, con life could be difficult, but there's that smoke. Spam is not on the money. Now this is a tricky retake. There's a kid on DJ. 2 of them coming from the ticket side of things. But DJ's got the kit in window, and he's been dropped, so no kit available. That's a big problem, and that might actually pull the trigger on this save.
Wow.
They needed DJ to stay alive.
This is turning into something impressive for Lag, I have to say. Already going to be 4-0. Nifty and Scar trying to save. Scar, if he takes a step too far, he will get dropped. OG Wizard is hunting a little bit, and he flicks to hit the headshot. I think he has an inkling of where Nifty is as well. Taps a shot in his direction, and Nifty won't miss that one. So he will save the AW, which is the most important piece to bring out of this round, and that could justify the buy because Nifty can drop a rifle.
Could do. I mean, at this point with the loss bonus built up, the money's not bad. Could definitely see a force come around here. And indeed, they will.
Unless they're just going for one rifle here.
Which would be interesting. All right, this is a really weird buy. Everyone just kind of hit their own vibe. Snakes doesn't even get armor, just the Deagle. You got Louis and Scar keeping the money around 2K. Nifty doesn't really put much around this already, held up. And DJ goes all the way in, but then doesn't get the extra little bits of utility, so saves $700. Sure, all right, let's see how this goes. Nifty's got to deliver with the AWP, that's the reality.
Yeah,
Nifty's got to deliver.
He's had a chance there, but decided to move away, and they're just making sure that no one's charging up mid. Mid is completely clear, in fact. Lag setting up for the A hit, and Might are not reading this correctly. Nifty, the only one on the A site, everyone else leaning into B. This is going to be a free take for Lag at the end of the day because they're just going to smoke off Nifty and then plant the bomb. Of course, they still have to clear some position, so it's going to take a little bit of time, but the bomb should almost certainly go down. Nifty's given a chance to rotate around, doesn't hit the shot. Base just cleans his clock. 5v3 in favor of Lag, and the round could already be over.
Man, rinse repeat here. Really effective
Yeah.
A takes coming through from Lag. They haven't really had to show us their plan B yet. I mean, there was the one round where OG Wizard lurks through and gets the kill outside of Con, but this has been really good so far. And Might are just struggling to push back, and I mean, that's going to be disappointing. So, it's going to be the 5-0. And John, I like all these noble intentions if you won the lottery, but let's be real. If you won the lottery, you would suddenly have the most absurd skin inventory of all time.
Oh yeah, that's part of it for sure. I mean, there's no question. I'd be buying every single skin I'd want. And,
Give a Doppler, this,
yeah.
gloves, that.
oh, that's a guarantee, Mike. I mean, it's a given.
What would be your most frivolous purchase if you won the lottery?
In terms of skins or just
No.
generally?
Luxury item, whatever purchase, frivolous purchase. If you won the lottery,
I honestly, I don't know, man. I'd still want to live within like the same kind of means that I am right now. So I'd
you're
probably
saying
just,
it'd be the knife? You'd buy the most expensive
yes,
knife
yes,
you can
probably.
imagine.
It'd probably be like either the most expensive knife or one of the, it'd definitely be a skin. I think that
John, the lottery winner, and all of his friends and family are like, "Man, John, what'd you spend the money on? Nothing's really changing your lifestyle." And then you look at his CS inventory, and it's just I buy power stickers all the way down.
I don't even know if I'd go for the iBuyPower stickers. I'm not a big sticker guy.
No?
No, not really. I think I just
No
go for a
Titan
really nice
Hollows
skin.
for you?
Maybe I kind of like the blue, the Titan Hollow blue. So maybe,
Yeah, I knew there was something.
yeah, but I'm trying to think here. There's an op that I would get. I can't remember the name of it now, but
Okay.
I'll think of it after.
What does it look like?
It's the one from the Norse collection. Nifty's gonna get the opener here. Speaking of ops, onto OG Wizard. That makes
From
it a
the
5v4.
which collection?
The Norse collection.
The
Norse.
Gungnir?
Yeah, the Gungnir. There we go. That's the one.
Yeah.
I always liked that one, and I was so sad that I didn't get a chance to get it as a drop, and it's so expensive now. But that would be probably the op I would buy immediately.
That's how you know he's a true CS aficionado. Only thing he wants, more skins. Everyone knows those equal more wins. Nyx, this is the duel. Sorry, not Nyx. Nick. See? Gonna do it again, folks. Here's the duel. Nifty's got to deliver. Another chance. Another shot miss. Nifty hasn't been looking too sharpish with that AWP, but okay. Another opportunity, and
Here
this
we
time
go.
Snakes at the balcony is more than they were anticipating. There's Molly's at his feet, but he's still alive, and Snakes will collect on the next. There's only so many times you can get this A take through before it might finally hit back.
Yeah, no, honestly, I like the aggression that Nifty had at the beginning of the round, going towards top mid with the op. I mean, you're giving Lag the opportunity to set up round after round after round, make their life difficult, get in their faces. That's what's going to kind of get them off their game, because you're so experienced. If you're Might, you know that you can deal with adversity. You have to force Lag to deal with it as well, and they won't be as good. They don't have as much experience. So let's hope that they continue that aggression down mid and continue to keep Lag on their toes.
Good to see Nifty finding some juice with that AWP as well.
Yeah, no. Like I said, it's
Starting
been
to
pretty
become-
good.
Yeah, but in this map, there were some moments. The saga of the Nifty op feels like it's been an interesting one. Right, obviously had that stint on Renegades where
Oh, yeah.
it looked like Nifty was going to absolutely light the world on fire. Then not so much. Louis, aggressive here. Louis. How far does he go? How far does he rumble? Are they prepared for him to be all this way pushed up? He's got the setup with DJ as well for DJ to bait him in a little bit. Oh, DJ gives it up. This could be interesting, though. Because they're headed his way. Almost certainly. Louis is the stand-in. Gonna get a chance to stand and deliver, but oh, he's peeking in, and he's gonna be annihilated. Lacks the patience, and now a minute on, they're going to strike straight towards that B setup. Reinforcements will be pretty swift from Catwalk, but for the moment, it's about DJ holding strong. Oh, got the first. Now those reinforcements are ready. DJ really just needed that one kill. And okay, great. Nyx, you've lurked out on A. Doesn't matter. Your bomb's fully committed here. That's an empty kill. Doesn't even get it. Now Experative is stuck. Lag.
Oh.
not necessarily working together as a unit. Experative, let's see what you can cook. 3 more targets to find. 30 seconds to do it. Bomb as far back on B as it could be.
This feels like a very, very difficult mission for Experative. And yeah, he doesn't get it done. He was just trying to save the AWP, and DJ spots him out before he gets a chance to escape. So 2 for DJ. I like the way DJ played that. The smoke had dropped right next to him. He's just holding the angle onto site, knowing that they won't be able to see him until they walk on it. Manages to get the first. I actually thought he flicked to get the second for a moment, but it's nifty with the AWP supporting from Cat to find that second one. And after that is just Mike taking control of the round, which was really nicely done. I still want to kind of credit Lag for a good beginning to the round, being patient, waiting for that aggression to come through from Mike, but afterwards disjointed play, players not kind of coordinated or communicating, it seemed, with some stuck on the A site and the other ones committing the bomb towards B.
The thing for me as well is, right, I understand why they wanted to accelerate after getting that kill.
Yeah.
All right, they're hoping that it's a light site, maximum 1 more player there.
And it was.
But without any mid presence, man, the problem is just that those rotations are so swift. So that's the risk of running, you know, a totally bisected setup, leaving mid open. There's a reason why teams put so much emphasis on at least holding top mid, at least leaving that threat there. And in that round, Lag tried to get away with it, and it didn't quite succeed.
Right, now have the advantage clearly here in this round. Rifles versus pistols. Lag once again favoring the B site. This time they're going to go for a fast play. The smoke and flash come in, but they're going to charge out. They eat the nade, and actually Louis goes down. DJ's going to have to do some work here, and he absolutely does. 1, 2, no third. Spirit manages to take him down, but he did exactly what he needed to as the reinforcements arrive and take care of the round.
Bit unfortunate Lag couldn't capitalize because, yeah, again, just after we harped on the importance of mid control, a player's allowed to rock right up catwalk and, you know, Tech 9 someone in the back of the head. So in all that chaos, Mike just didn't quite react, but they get it when it matters most. And now they've gotten the rounds that matter most. Mike closing this gap. We'll have another buy in this, but for Lag, the momentum has definitely come to a screeching halt.
Yeah. I think that early success has now ended. Might able to adjust and adapt to what Lag was throwing their way. And I mean, Lag stopped going for the A site, which was working for them very, very well, but understandably so, because look at Might now. They're aggressively postured. 2 players pushing into Palace, take control here. And actually the first one gets dropped by Nyx, who then doesn't get traded. That is a really good result on what could have gone incredibly wrong for Nyx. Nice shot. Good adjustment and adaptation. Now Lag, as they did yesterday, are pumping the brakes after finding the opener.
Smoking towards jungle. Might maybe being caught in rotation, but DJ will be able to get on the line in time. Lots of pressure on. Big pressure on the Snakes. They gotta molly him up. Played this spot a lot, but he's still gonna deliver. Snakes cooking too, as he himself gets immolated. That's great work from Snakes. They knew exactly where he was coming from. It just didn't matter. 3 kills in the round. And it falls to OG Wizard. Well now. Talk about stepping into the Viper pit. That one just totally demolished Lag's take in this round. Okay, nifty. Caught. But OG just looks like he wants to save this big green gun.
Yeah, he's definitely on that mission. No chance of him getting the bomb back. And of course, given the money situation, saving the op is far more important. Great to see Snakes come out, stepping up his game, finding a 3K. You talked about it before. He used to be one of the prodigies in NA, a player that we were watching out for. And then he kind of disappeared and wasn't really playing much Counter-Strike. He came back last year in summer, played for Strife for a little bit, and then disappeared again for 6 months and wasn't really around for the beginning of CS2, but now has joined up with Might, and we'll see if he finds that form once more.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's understandable, right? When you're somebody who got involved in this so young. right? You know,
of course.
Snakes was really making his name at like 15 years old, 14, 15 years old, in a LAN circuit, qualified for Pro League before he was legally allowed to play
remember
in
that.
Pro League.
Yep.
Had to sit out that season, had some disappointments in the personal career as a result of that. You know, was sort of hard done by an org or two, and it just, you can understand, you know, you're a young man, you're a young player, maybe you want to explore other interests, see what else there is to life. That's a reasonable thing. But now, getting back to it after having that kind of prodigy status, when it can take a little bit of time to knock the rust off. And that's honestly what Mike talked about in their statement about the pickup is, you know, based on who we trialed, we think Snakes has the highest ceiling, and we think once he's back in form, based on the bits we've already seen, you know, once he plays himself back into form, he can really be a difference maker.
Yeah, that's honestly really good scouting and an analysis of the talent pool they had available to them. I agree. I think if Snakes finds his form, he's probably one of the best players that NA has to offer, best free agents that NA had to offer that might we're looking at.
Ball tough timing, a little off. Two players going to be passive, but the tick gives them away. Snakes
Hey.
again, just under the balcony. This is getting a little rinse-repeaty on the hold. And this time it's going to force a save out from Mike. Think they need to change up the look here. Whether that's going for some aggression or whether it's changing the spots they're in. Because right now, this defense has stagnated.
Yeah, and I mean, they tried the aggression in that previous round, right, where they had a couple of players pushing into Palace, but I don't think Palace is the play. I think they need a couple of players towards ramp to try and catch them off guard on the lag side, because they're just walking out and having their way with Might more often than not towards A. The rounds that Might won were when lag tried to adjust themselves and go towards the B side, aside from the one where Snake stood on his head to get 3. But Nifty's going to at least get Nick, which will allow the op to be saved on forward. But credit to lag. I mean, they're doing really well on the A executes. They're forcing Mike to make changes.
Off we go. Let's see what they've got. Come on, Snakes. Don't be under the balcony again. He's not under the balcony. They're taking ramp control.
This is exactly what I wanted to see. 2 players going down ramp, getting aggressive. That's where you need to go and hunt down some bodies, find some targets, see if they're going there, get the information. And what they're going to find here, if they poke their noses a little further, is that no one is in this position. And lag are going for that mid control with 3 players posted up, waiting out the utility.
This does look like it wants to finish B here, John. There's 2 players in reinforcement. Big pressure on for Nifty. He's just out looking underpass right now. Without the utility to cover, this could be rough. Just trying to guess, basically. He doesn't have the information. But with DJ coming up catwalk to give him a little bit of support, he could be a bit more confident in some of these fights.
Based.
Timing game. Timing game. Nifty gets the better of him, but can Nifty get away? A bit of hesitation on the movement there. And now the fight top mid would be costly. Flashbangs to give him some space. They're looking inwards.
Wow.
I mean, DJ's reading this right, and Nifty striking for another. Might just make this difficult. Smoke pop. DJ ready with the shot. Gets stinked up and dropped, but it's still Louis with a good position to defend from. He takes down the Apps player. Can't snap around to the second, but his teammates are on the line, and Nifty will connect for a third.
Wow, nice round from Nifty. Gets the opener and then repeats, I would say, against what I thought he should do, because once you get that frag, you have the 5v4, don't necessarily need to go into that fight again, but he does, and he hits the shot to his credit, then makes a fantastic adjustment, reading that the hit was going to come towards the B site, and finds the final one in the apartments. So unfortunate for OG Wizard, because he pops the smoke, but it favors Might. He ends up dying without doing much damage. So a little unfortunate for lag in that round, and again, perhaps a little disjointed after they lost those opening players, but Nifty deserves a ton of credit for taking control of that round. And now you're going to see Snakes again, and one thing I liked for Might is they kept 2 players posted up at ramp the entire round. They did not give up that space, and here it's going to pay off. Snakes gets one, only one traded out. Scar's going to manage to get one more, and again, OG Wizard, man, has he been good for them in the early parts of the season, gets another one.
Painful miss again for Nifty. Chased by the nade and dropped on down, and now they're in big trouble. Bomb gonna be planted, that can't be denied. Louis and DJ, if the double play towards ticket might be good. There's a smoke here, John. But this is gonna be a really tough crossfire to break. DJ will shift around to try and do so, but he has to back away. They're running out of time. Got to start to make the move. OG collects his third. And DJ hunting it down. Spam through the smoke. Dropped. And a lead for Lag as we hit the break. So a lead for Lag. Some spicy play, particularly for OG Wizard here. And Lag punishing, in particular, that A setup out from Might. But now the roles are reversed, John.
Indeed. Mike coming in on the attacking side, and I mean, talked about how effective DJ has been on the entries on the T side in particular. And unfortunately, the other player that's been effective is Dan's, and he's not here. So hopefully DJ can take care of business for the most part. I think Nifty's also going to be looking for some, but usually he's the one finding openers on CT side and not as much on T side. As he's
still going to be setting up right now.
Exactly. He's setting up the util more often than not on the back lines here.
They're letting DJ see if he can just walk up catwalk, and the answer is yes. In fact, he can just walk up catwalk. There is no one to check him. There's not even anyone from A looking at him.
That's bad.
Yeah, he's confused. He's like, guys, I feel like I should have seen someone by now. But he has, in fact, just cleared ladder, walked all the way up, and he's going to be able to strike here for brick. So now he's in position. This take should be good. 1-for-1 trade here. Nick's burning. There's nothing to do. DJ, in fact, did get that kill as well. And he knows they have to be coming from market. So Louis already posted, set up for it. And that's a huge blunder for Lag. Look, if you want to play heavier on A, that's one thing, but somebody's got to be spotting Cat. That just left a massive hole for them to run on through. Nick will try and make this still a possibility, but he's got a ton of work to do and many targets to find, and it turns out to be one too many.
Wow. Yeah, that's extremely surprising that no one's even having a look towards Cat with 3 players on the A site. I mean, like you said, sure, you can have that heavy presence, but just have someone from triple or something from jungle, perhaps, having a peek at connector and saying, hey, is anyone going up Cat? DJ was there for a long time. I mean, he was walking up Cat. They could have spotted him at any moment, and he was probably extremely baffled that he was able to make it there without any fight required.
Yeah, he's just walking up. He's like, huh, really?
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
I'll take
Sure.
it. And I mean, that's a key piece to that B take, right? Because he finds the first frag after Lag got the opener.
So nicely done indeed. Lag gonna try something cheeky with the 4 USPs. And snail walking their way up. But shockingly, straightforward A take coming through. It's not going to do that much. Bomb will eventually make its way towards site. Nifty will realize where everybody's coming from. Good discipline to not just swing those eeks. Get any eeks? Got one. Desperation spam here, perhaps. Ooh, did he not see that player right above him? A little bit of confusion there, but a couple MAC-10 kills. And just Nick pulling away with a MAC-10. Not really much to do with this. Certainly nothing to actually be saved through.
Nope. And Lag fall just like that. Not much expected with just the USPs in their hands, and might have tied up the scoreline 7-7. Trying to get themselves back into this one and into the lead. And you're going to see Louis investing into that AK after losing the MAC-10 in the previous round. Makes sense. Makes your buy up a lot more potent against what will be rifles across the board for Lag. And OG Wizard, who has been the highlight player here for Lag with 15 frags, also did the same last night, right? He had 42 overall, and I don't believe was a top rated player. In fact, that was Xpero was top rated at 1.21, but still, I mean, OG Wizard was everywhere, and he was able to get those important impact frags. Doing the same here tonight. I mean, he's a big reason why Lag got 7 in the first half. And on the other side, I'm curious to see who they're deploying as their entry. It looks like it's been Snakes or Scar that have taken those opening duels. That's interesting. OG Wizard gets the opener onto DJ, who peeked out of Palace. Nifty walks out, and OG Wizard drops him. Here he goes again.
Yeah, just anticipating that timing with the smoke up. Nice kill. And this one's looking like a non-starter. Bomb plant would be nice, but securing it going to be a little bit too much to ask. Scar with 1 kill to at least keep this from being flawless, but that's going to be all she wrote. Another brilliant round put together from OG Wizard. OG Wizard having a monstrous game here. The 2 KD after that one.
Wow. All right, OG Wizard gives his team an 8th round, shuts down Might on what was a semi-bonus round, but they did lose some bodies in a couple of rounds prior, so it's not going to be the best buy up here. You do see a good chunk of util. Louis having to settle for the Tech 9 because he was the one who had to reinvest in that previous round. So some of the efforts from Lag, the damage did earlier, paying off. That's a great smoke pop, a standard one that's been around since I think the beginning of CS2. Based. Going to go down, actually. I thought he would win a fight there, but Scar's the one to find the opener. Then a second onto Nick. All right, 5v3, A site taken. There is a player hiding around the corner here over at Ticket. And that is Xperitive. Reinforcements coming in the form of Nyx. They're waiting for the smoke to fade, and Xperitive's just watching above him.
Question is, first kill found. Second, might have justified it. As it is right now, especially with OG Wizard so far away. Imagine, well, this might turn into a save, and they might regret not pulling that plug a little earlier. Just OG See if he can't just get one parting shot. And the answer is no. How heavy do they want to hunt? Snakes is chasing this. Ooh, Snakes is chasing this somewhat aggressively.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they should be too aggressive here. It's not necessary. Their
Nice
money's
to get
not
that
great
going.
unless they want to try to ego.
They won't be there. They won't be there.
Yeah.
Well, safety. Hang on. Pressure on. Does he go for the swing? He does, and he's
Okay.
got the shot as well. So gun drop down. Now that op's out of their hand. That's the big threat out of this round. That's going to make it very difficult to justify a buy around. And that now draws out the third timeout from Lag.
Wow, already gone. That is, oof, that's going to be tough. I mean, it is a close series. Sorry, a close map. So I understand them calling that timeout at a point where it feels like things are getting a little bit problematic, but that means nothing left for the remainder of this map. Oh, that's a tough one too. I don't mind the peek from Nifty in that situation, right? You've let the time run down. You have one opportunity to peek around, see if someone's there. They were. He gets the frag. Perfect. I mean, that could not have gone better for Might. It's tough for OG Wizard. And now Lag are just on those pistols. A Deagle, 5.7, and CZ. Experative actually goes for the full util set, and oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Raro. Little DC there.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Panic stations. Panic stations on. Oh. There we go.
We'll get there.
All right, we'll get that restarted here in just a moment here.
Yeah.
We'll get reconnected in just a moment and hopefully be back in. Hopefully we don't miss too much here, John. But what are your impressions here at 8-8, tied up, knotted up, getting into that latter chunk of the game? And it seems to be a latter chunk that's going to see Might take the lead.
I mean, my impressions, Mike, are that Lag is a team that appears to be well constructed right now, and OG Wizard as their opper, I mean, has really helped them get things done, not only with the AWP, but with the rifle as well. So it's that individual effort from OG Wizard. I'm seeing a little more coordination, of course, in terms of their utility usage, which is great on their T side. I still don't know how they're going to fare against tougher competition, even though Might, with the roster they have and the experience they have, should be one of those teams that's tougher competition, but they're still finding their form. And Snakes, of course, being a new addition, having to try to figure out if Dan's is going to be there. Yeah.
Hold on, just had to put that in there. Big up, my boy.
Oh yeah, Snakes. Yeah, Snakes tough fragging over on Might. He's doing a great job, and I'm glad to see them trying to work him in effectively. I think he's, like they mentioned when they picked him up, an important piece that can really fly and hit a high ceiling. So
it's interesting as well, especially in that first half, right? Not necessarily having so much of the creativity and positioning, but in the actual play, I mean, the mechanics are certainly there again, which is cool.
Oh yeah,
it's cool. Had some insane mechanics back in the day. Again, that Deagle was just something that you did not want to come up against. So you'll have to pardon me my excitement, folks. But if Snakes come back and he's at any point, 90% of the talent that he was before his time off, it's going to be a very exciting thing for North American Counter-Strike.
for sure. And I just also want Mike to find, Snakes can get the
boy.
opener as you're talking about him, propping him up, pumping his tires, and he's
Too quick, man.
delivering. Yeah, with that frag onto Nick. Takes a lot of damage, but it's still such an important one to find. Gives him the 5v4 edge, a lot of space gained. Now there's no information for Lag at underpass, and they only have one player on the B site, and you see Nick's kind of saying, okay, I need to gain some space. I need to figure out if they're going to be up close to the B site. He's actually peeking aggressively. Gets one, maybe the second. No, he backs off. Very wise of him not
Look
to
at
take
how
that
much
fight
space.
further.
Look at how much. Oh, did he just spot the shoulder of Scar?
I think he did.
He might have. He's out of the blue chair. I don't know if they're going to think he's sticking around. Let's watch that fight. Oh, nope. Okay. We're on the other side of the map, but the site is lost. The bomb's going to go down. And as a result of it, this round is going to be over. Lag will save.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess it gives me a chance to talk a little bit more about Might. I kind of want them to find that stable starting five because Dan's hasn't been there all the time. If he's the answer, we need to have him in the server on a consistent basis, and that's something that you never want to have as a team, trying to figure out who is your fifth player and constantly shuffling your backup in. And I mean, Louis, no disrespect to him or anything, he's a great backup, but I think he kind of fits only in the backup role. They need a starting 5 roster or a 5th player that's going to be there all the time. I hope Dan's is that player because he's a great talent from Latvia, but if not, let's hope they find someone else.
Don't say Latvia too many times or you'll summon Heku.
I know, yeah, I was thinking about Heku and I saw it. I was like, oh yeah. I was going to ask her how to pronounce his name, but it seemed pretty straightforward, so.
Yeah, no, that one's a pretty straightforward pronunciation. It's actually pronounced... Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
No, I think
So
it's
much.
just Dan's. Well, maybe it's not. Either way, might putting on a good show here on their T side. 10-8 already. Snakes continues to hit his shots. He found an important one there at the beginning to gain all that space. And then Lag could not retake the site. Scar, he's going to just walk out here. This is very ambitious from Mike and denied by Lag. 3 frags in a row. Snakes takes a lot of damage to get that one, and now they're in trouble.
I mean, the smokes are good, but no Molotov for the underbalk. I think does them in on this one. Try and get a little bit faster, perhaps, with the 8-8. Try and catch them with their pants down. I mean, you can understand trying to throw in the change of pitch, right? You've gone for some heavy mid plays. You've gone for some B plays. You're thinking they might stack. You're thinking they might try and anticipate you. And, well, they don't. They keep the pretty strong defense here towards A, and it's a bit of a shutdown. The question becomes, you've got money. So how do you best take their money away? How do you go hunt this up if you're Nifty?
I mean, I don't mind the idea from Nifty going towards Cat here and peeking into the site from Connector, but I doubt they're going to be showing face. I mean, they have the bomb. They're probably just going to tuck.
One would imagine. But you can tell the save's not on their mind. Necessarily.
Okay.
He's just trying to bait somebody into his crosshair. And now he actually is saving. So I don't know what that Molotov was about. I thought he was trying to flush somebody out to see if they'd chase him. Ooh, spots the player top mid. Backs him away. Snakes recognizes he's in a little bit of a precarious spot. But it seems like a peace treaty is going to be called from both sides. They're just going to let this one go.
Still wondering what Nifty was thinking with the Molotov. It's not to draw someone out, like you said. Just, I don't know, trying to create discord. Perhaps hoping that someone would walk into the crosshair of his teammate towards ramp. Maybe try to go for some sort of flank. That could have been on his mind, perhaps. But either way, it is going to be a lag round victory. The quick push towards the A site didn't pan out, but might still have plenty of cash in the bank to invest into this round. It will be another full-on buy-up, and I would imagine this time they're going to go back to their tried-and-true patient play and executions that were coming through. They are going to aggressively take mid, though. They already have a player out. Oh, G Wizard! Oh, he connects, but it's through the wall, and then Nifty finds base. Oh, G Wizard's going to want that one back.
Most definitely. Most definitely. Can't blame him for the shot. I mean, he's got scarred, wounded. That is not the result they were looking for, and now might, with the 5v4, with the momentum in their favor, get a punish round on a lag. Seems like they just want to bunch in towards B. But now we see the slowdown. Oh, DJ. DJ just misses him on the jump across, gives up the audio cue as well, so Experative now on the hunt. Timing is everything here, but Experative is taking his time with this one. This could be the play. The problem is, with this smoke, it's locked everybody else in. So if Experative dies, oh, they've got a clean A site to take. This might just be a full-on save from Lag. I don't even think they're going to contest.
That was what I was worried Experative would do. Get a little too antsy, try to chase down a frag. He didn't have to. I like the idea. Go into Palace, get that space, gain it, but you don't have to get aggressive. You can just kind of hold that angle. In particular, maybe if someone was on the A side, I would say, okay, chase it, but he's the only one. He's the only one near it. So if you die, the site is gone. And, well, there you go.
Talk about being cautious with that smoke wall. Reinforced in, but the bomb goes down. The round is saved. And at this point, we might see a hunt. Nifty's got some cash in reserve. Snakes has some few dollary dues as well. And if they could take these guns out of the hand of Lag, You might get into a situation where they just don't have a whole lot to fight for these final rounds.
Yeah, I mean, send the riflers out. See if they can do something. Nifty can certainly drop you if you need it, but instead they are
really conservative on the hunting.
Yeah. I mean, again, they haven't really had the opportunity with a ton of cash in the bank to go for a hunt. And here, yes, Nifty has 7K, Snakes has 3.3, and you're going to get more from the round victories. But I think they just want to be cautious and not go for it, given the fact that money could disappear very quickly. And it's also a very close scoreline.
Yeah, it is. Coming down to the wire. And I mean, as well, if you're Might, you're just betting that even with guns in hand, you can outplay lag in these rounds.
Exactly.
So far, we have seen that in effect. Reminder that this was a 7-5 in favor of lag at the half. They struggled to hold on to sights here. I mean, that round was really just about the 1v1 with Experative.
Yep. No, it was just a poor decision, I would say, by Experative pushing up, given the fact that no one was on the A site and he was their only kind of line of defense. Even if he wins that fight, though, and there's 3 other players coming from Might towards A ramp, they can just push up and see if anyone's on the site proper. And if no one's there, he's in a bad position anyway.
Yeah. I think he's just feeling the pressure.
Oh, yeah.
In that moment, trying to make a play. Speaking of pressure, a lot of it's being applied in mid here. Look at all this space. Conveniently, the CT's even put some smokes out for them. Trying to gain some ground. It's going to be an A pinch. A lot more presence coming from Khan than they've been used to. See how Lag react to that. They do have the 3 bodies on site. And OG Wizards here with that big green that has been so very good for them. Oh, this smoke fade. Experative is betting on himself here. Experative is really betting on himself. Re-smoke up. That'll buy a bit more time. 40 seconds now. Life is getting dangerous. There's still mollies as well. They can shut down these choke points. That shot goes wide. Molly might need to come out right now. Oh, it's a little too late. They're already past it. And here's going to be the sandwich play. Nade in hand, but no, Scar's got it. Man advantage now. Everyone bunched up in ticket. They're being shut out by utility. And this bomb's going to be planted, and Lag have a straight up fight on their hands. Scar holding the line. Flashbang will clear him, go over him. And Scar will strike, swinging off of it, knowing he's got a player caught. 2 for 1, and it's just Nyx bailing the heck out of there. Might will be finding map point.
What a round from Scar. I mean, think about it this way, right? You have a player towards sandwich, 2 are trying to come out of ramp completely unaware of his positioning, and well, looks like it's going to be 1 frag at least for Nyx onto Nifty. But I mean, 2 players coming out, no idea the positioning. DJ still pulling his rifle up because he had utility in hand, and Scar, the heads-up play to pull a 180, turning around, getting the frag, saving DJ's life, and perhaps their round in that situation. And afterwards, he holds the line towards CT. Great work from him as he helps his team find a 12th. Three rounds now for Mike to close this one out. Yesterday, Lag were able to come back and get 4 in a row on Nuke, up against 1 more to push to overtime. They also went to OT prior to this, up against Might. Ended up losing that one 16-14, but still. They made it there. Can they do it again? OG Wizard, peering around. This would not be a favorable fight for Scar if he peeks around this corner. He's actually going to be smoked off from the angle, and in fact, it's going to be the Opper backing off for Lag. Not wanting that fight, giving up a lot of control towards mid if anyone decides to push out. It's a great resmoke of window by Might, and Nifty, in fact, will have a peek here.
A spicy deep smoke out. Yeah. I mean, they have to know, right? If you're Might, right now you're looking at this and you're going, why are they smoking the hall like
exactly. This? Someone's
Somebody
behind this. Yeah.
Is behind it. We are just going to wait him out. Nick's playing from the kitchen. Do or die. Could maybe get 1 kill, drop the molly.
Oh, they're all waiting.
A little bit more.
They're all waiting.
Time's an issue now.
Man.
And Louis just wins the duel. Wins the entry. Problem with the A1S. Gets the headshot. Doesn't matter. So now on comes the take. 2 players ready for this. Louis, the sacrificial lamb, the canary in the coal mine, but the trade is good, and that's what they were looking for. One more on. That's the bomb. Time could be an issue, but it's just OG they have to deal with. And OG will not read this. Shot in the side of the head. That map's over. Might prevail. That second half was just a different story here, John. They looked far and away the better team.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where we expected to see it, right? With their ability to execute, with their proficiency, with the utility, a much more experienced veteran team led by Nifty, who's always trying to set them up. DJ and Snakes taking care of business. Snakes in particular, looking like he's found his form from years gone by in the past. And I'm really happy to see that.
I am as well. You might be able to tell I'm pleased as punch by that. I mean, look, I don't think there's anything too complicated here. You know, in a lot of the setups, particularly in the first half where Snakes was doing a lot of his work, he was just kind of sitting, acting as a turret in various positions on site, but that was what they needed. And then in the second, I mean, finding a lot of those kills, a lot of those entries, a lot of that space. You like to see it if you're a fan of this Might squad. It's very encouraging, and it does lead to that 1-0. We got another match going on here, though, John. But we got an MVP from that match, and if it's not Snakes, I will be salty. It's Snakes,
There it is.
Of course it is. There's my guy, 100 DAR, 1.67 kill death ratio. Man, he was for Ryan.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's taking care of entry duties over on the T side. On the CT side, just a strong hold towards A on multiple occasions. I'm really happy to see him find his form. But, I mean, something that might get overlooked and all that is DJ.
Sure.
He also was fantastic. He got those last 3 frags in the previous round, or the last round of that map, and in general looked so much better than when we saw him over on ATK, where even he himself was saying, I couldn't find my place, couldn't find my form. And I think you talked about it earlier, Mike, you know, he takes those tough roles. He'll take whatever role he needs to help the team. And on ATK, I think he just took the toughest one possible and was always that player that wasn't necessarily in positions to find frags, and he didn't really suit him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's impressive that, you know, the rifling core of this team can have such an output, even missing somebody who's supposed to be a key piece in dance tonight. So very encouraging indeed. We do have another map here, though, John. And we're going to find out what's going on with that map when we come back from this break. A strong finish there for Might puts them firmly up on map numero uno. They claim Mirage, but we'll be moving forward with another matchup between these two teams. Reminder, it's not a series, it is 2 BO1s this season. That's how we're going from start to finish. So we're on to BO1 numero due. I'm Darth Mike, this is still JRT. And John, we really did see Might put themselves head and shoulders above Lag in the second half there.
Yeah, their T side was better in every way, shape, and form than what Lag brought to the table. And Lag's defense just had multiple holes. And I mean, it started right away in the pistol round, right?
Yeah,
DJ's
true.
walking up mid and they had no one watching. So you could see that, they weren't as accustomed to, playing on a map like that against an opponent like Might. So I think Might just gave them fits and starts throughout the entire time of that CT side that they were on. And the T side was just fantastic.
It was indeed. It was indeed, and some strong individual performances as well. I mean, we highlighted DJ, we highlighted Snakes, Nifty starting to really click with that AWP as well. Scar with some nice entries. It's what you're looking for. We're headed to another map, though. We're headed to another competition here. And what map's it going to be? Let's find out here, John. It can't be Mirage. That's just immediately taken out of the pool. It'll show as a veto here, but oh no, it doesn't even anymore. We fixed that. So it is just going to be Ancient.
Okay.
Ancient. This is one of the maps that you thought they might play originally the first round around. Mirage was a bit of a curveball. Tell us about this Ancient here, John.
Well, in my opinion, it makes sense. Might, it's their second best map, but they've had some close engagements on it. The thing is, they haven't faced each other on this map yet, and that's why I think Lag wanted to bring to the table as it is their most played map 12 times over the last 3 months, including their time in ESEA Advanced and a 6-6 record with a +5 round differential. So I think they feel very, very comfortable on this map. They know that might be more vulnerable here than perhaps they are on Anubis, although they already beat them on Anubis, so they could have tried that one more time, but instead they go to Ancient. So I think it's going to be another kind of tightly contested affair. I still feel like Might will have the advantage given the skill level that they displayed in that first map.
It does feel that way, right? It certainly does. I think we're both in agreement there. We can show our predictions right now because I think based on what we saw, the evidence that was put together, the campaign that was put together, Might just looks like the superior team. And it makes sense. There's a ton more experience. There's players who've played at the absolute top level in Nifty of Counter-Strike, right? You've just got so much XP. And for Lag, they're definitely still a team that's putting some things together. I think they've got a lot of promise. OG Wizard in particular showed us a lot on that op. But there's a lot more room to grow as a squad for them to be able to go toe-to-toe with what Might showed us on Mirage.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a lot of good experience for Lag because there are teams right now that are looking even better than Might, far better than Might in ECL. So they're going to have a lot of stuff to learn that this one will give them that chance to do so. So yeah, I'm not counting them out yet, of course. I think they can still put on a good show on Ancient, a map that's, been actually quite exciting. I think it's kind of replaced Inferno as one of those most exciting maps as a map 3 that we're seeing in BO3s. And now, of course, just 2 BO1s, but it's still going to be an exciting one, I think.
Yeah, should be a thrill, right? Should be one of particular interest. Who are you looking at? Who are you looking at to be the difference maker here, John?
OG Wizard, again. I think over on the Lag side, he's been that player who's really shown throughout the first 2 series that they've played here so far in Challenger League. And I mean, he was their star kind of player throughout all of Advanced as well. He's that guy they looked towards when they needed that important frag, when they needed to win that important duel. I think behind him, probably Based. I don't know if he had the best of times over on that first map, so he's going to need to support his Opera very well. And after that, if you're looking over on the Might side, I think it's Snakes again. I think we want to see what Snakes can bring to the table. To see him become that pillar, become that star on this roster would be something else, honestly. I think you'd be very happy to see it, Mike.
I would indeed. I'm curious about where they're playing Snakes at this point because I feel like he's the kind of player, for me, I want him in either Cave or Donut. I feel like they're going to be the 2 interesting spots that you could play Snakes. But those are also spots where I could see DJ posted. So I'm curious on the CT side where they're going to be playing him. I'd like to see him eventually become a cave player for this team. I think he could be a really good cave player. I don't know if he's necessarily there yet in terms of feel for the game. It's a very tough position. It's a very feel-based position. And I mean, they've been honest about the fact that element's still developing as he plays himself back into form. But I think he could lend itself well to him. We're going to be hopping in here in just a moment. John, what do you think?
I think that it's going to be Might again, no question. And honestly, I feel like Snakes, like you said, would absolutely shine over on that cave position because it's such a critical choke point. You have to defend that B site, and you can really pop off and get some nice little highlight reel plays if you're in the right spot at the right time and your movement is on point, which I feel like Snakes showed over on Mirage. In fact, at Connect in that one round.
We'll get to find out early. They are starting on the CT side, courtesy of a knife round win. Nifty posted. Ooh, they're going to be through middle immediately. It's Scar who comes back to deal with it, but actually he's got Snakes with him as well. So a straight up brawl potentially on deck. It's Snakes who's lost immediately, but they've gone
Scar's still
past
through.
Scar. Overzealous here. Scar though only takes the one. That could have been a lot worse. That could have been so much worse. And now Nifty is left to attempt a very difficult retake.
I mean, Lag did do this on Mirage, right? They had a nice little pistol round, and they got 2 rounds off of it, and even afterwards had 5 in a row until Might woke up and started to get in the game. Nifty here, still a chance. Hopping out with the USP. Just needs to find the scalps. The problem is no kits, so it's going to be very difficult for him to get this one, and I think he'll just try to farm some money with frags and won't even be able to do that. Experative finds the last one. Lag going to take that pistol round, as mentioned, like they did on the previous map. Question is, can they successfully, 1, build off of it, and 2, actually get past that turning point in order to take this map, as they weren't able to do so on the first one. Still very early days, and Might, they're going to force up. They're going in.
Why not? Get swifty with it. Get frisky. See what you can do with the 5.7s. Snakes is playing towards B early on, though. It's DJ in the cave. Roll straight on take here. The utility might be a little late, but Snakes strikes the Fang Sink in, and 2 players are down on the dirt. Talk about that 5.7 connecting. Damn, the second one was snappy. They're in trouble now. They're in trouble now. Lag trying to regain. Look to go for the quick hitter, just catch them off guard, keep them on their toes. Instead now, Nyx clearing in towards cave. This could be a problem. Coming hunting to chase it on into him, and he can only get 1.5, shall we say. But OG Wizard and Experative still have to do some work here. And as Nifty pushes further with just that unarmored USP, he's realizing, oh, it is definitely still a B take. At some point, Scar's going to start to float. And yeah, this is that point. Now they know. Now they're calling. Now they're signaling it back around. And for Lag, it's about just getting a bomb plant.
Oh no, that's a big miss. That's a huge miss. Oh, OG Wizard through the wall, but Scar is going to manage to get the immediate trade. Experience the last one standing. Like you said, they do get the bomb plant, but this round has suddenly become almost unwinnable. And there you have it. Nifty finds the trade after Experative gets 1, and Might's force buy pans out. Not to mention, Nifty was on the full-on save because he wanted to get the AWP up and running sooner rather than later. And I think he might even have enough money right now.
He does.
Yeah.
He does indeed. What a round for Snakes, man.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
the 2 kills with the 5.7 are just snappy, but then the harassing from Cave, it's beautifully played. Our eyes are on this man, right? Because we're looking at this. We're like, how much of the field does he have? How much of the timing is it's starting to look pretty damn good, at least in this one.
Oh, yeah. Those first 2 were unbelievable from Snakes. And I mean, I missed having those snake metaphors come throughout the matches, Mike, that we had way back in the day. And you're bringing them up, bringing them to bear once more. And it's just great. There's so much to work with in that regard. But I digress. You know, tied up 1-1, Snakes proving to be that piece that Might was looking for, at least in this matchup. And now, well, they're looking for more. Lag are trying to get these force buy wars going. They've got 3 MAC-10s, the Tech 9, and the Galil purchased up. And you have base kind of lurking around in A main here, while 4 players try to come out into mid, and that's not going to happen. DJ finds 2. Nifty ends up getting traded by Nick, and that's a bad trade to lose the AWP to. I mean, you might still be able to recover it here, as you did get an important one from Scar on base, but OG Wizard, OG Wizard dropping there. That means this op will likely be recovered, assuming Nick doesn't pull off a highlight reel play or decide to save it. He's not in a position to save, really.
Well,
perhaps, but I mean, B's actually more open than I expected.
Doesn't have the bomb.
Yeah.
Can't really get this round based on his pathing. It does seem like he's going to slip the net and try and keep this big green up.
Yeah, I don't think you can. Maybe you can buy it again in the next round. Maybe his teammates can drop it for him, but that's so expensive. What a big piece to lose for Might.
It's unfortunate. But not catastrophic. Not yet. Especially considering you'll presumably get an eco up in the next.
Yeah. Unless they
from-
decide to force. But
I mean, you'll probably get a force, but it won't be... You just don't necessarily need an op in the next. It's a bummer to lose, but far from a catastrophe.
Yeah.
And of course, there's still a lot of time here. And DJ's starting to hunt. Oh, no. Nick's posted up. He's got to look this way. Shot misses, and he's a dead man. Op will be recovered. No problem there. DJ hunts down his third.
no harm, no foul. Shows off the butterfly Doppler as well. And we have a 2-1 scoreline in favor of Might. The op immediately gets dropped for Nifty, and DJ has plenty of cash to rebuy the A1S. They got a couple of Galil saved over as well, and those will be very nice to have in an anti-eco situation with the additional 5 bullets that an AK could afford. So to make that a Deagle and a PG-50 purchased up by Lag. Outside of that, absolutely... No, I was going to say absolutely nothing, but a little bit of util as well. Nifty throws the smoke, realizes the push is coming on. He's in another tough situation. Managed to hit one shot, could get overloaded soon, and is not. Saved by Louis, who gets 2. Nick manages to find 2 with the Deagle, though. Nice jumps there with OG Wizard, but yeah.
Knife!
Oh my gosh.
Might have been a little much to ask. Wanted the money, wanted the style points, but Nifty. Not going to let that happen.
Yeah, not at all. That was funny.
No
though.
way, no how. I said, sit down, young blood. Not happening here. Oy. Buy will come through. But now there's a little more cash in the tank for Might, right? They built this up nicely.
Yeah.
They had a good start, courtesy of that force buy win.
Yeah, and I think the problem with the Lag is you run a lot of your rounds in that
Look at
first
this.
map. Off
Look at the aggression on Louis.
Yeah.
Louis so far forward in towards A main. This setup, oh, they might not be prepared for it, but actually he peeks. He overplays it. Now Nifty's stuck.
Oh, no.
He was supposed to be the insurance factor, but they try and work up together, and this is a disaster. They got the kill aggressively on B, but by trying to push both sides of the map, now they've set themselves up for potential catastrophe. Smoke is well timed. That rebuffs this retake, and they're out of there. They're bailing. They can't deal with this.
That is so tough. I was about to say, you know, Lag unable to really get those rounds as they did in the previous map off of their pistol round because of the forced buy round victory you talked about for Might. But right here, that is just, it's unfortunate. It's a misplay from Louis, who peeks around that corner when he really shouldn't have. Nifty was supposed to be that first contact, get the op frag, and then once they focus on him, then Louis comes around the corner to be the insurance policy. That doesn't happen at all. Louis is the first one down, leaves Nifty on an island in a very tough spot. Maybe he gets that first one if Louis doesn't show face, but instead they get nothing out of it. And then you see Lag come through and able to get their second round. So at least Might's able to save the 3 rifles and get away with that. So that means they'll have a full-on buy again here, but that is a tough one for them to lose and something for them to talk about here. Don't do that again. So we go.
The way
into
they'll
things.
avoid doing
Yep.
it is by having no one on A early. Going for mid-aggression
Yes.
instead. That I don't mind.
Yeah, I mean,
But
there's going to be a lot of pressure on the
Lag.
donut player, though. A little bit. yeah.
Lag smelling weakness here
Yeah.
on the A setup. They're eager. This puts all the pressure in the world on Scar. Sorry. Well, no, it is Scar.
Netscar, yeah.
It's going to be posted up here. Gets a timely smoke off. Could stall this out. And the question for Lag is, how long can we be bunched up here before we have to be worried that they have information elsewhere? With that deep smoke door, when did they go looking?
I
No one's
thought
taking the space.
Snakes was going to off that smoke.
Not happened yet. Might are showing patience here after being punished for the aggression in the last. They want to play back. Here comes the cross smoke. Scar commits. Can't bail out into Donut now. He's betting on himself. Molotov to make him uncomfortable. He's forced out. He swings into it. Catches one, but a 1-for-1 might not be exactly what they were looking for. Is bomb going to be planted? Is there a nade for the pop? No. Just a spam. Desperate attempt there. And a missed opportunity
They're
for
going to back
Nifty.
off now.
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like they're withdrawing. Might know they're in a tough spot here, and they've got no interest in losing the guns.
That is the problem when you have only one player on that A side, and it's the Donut player, because all the pressure is on for them. And I can't really fault Scar in that situation, right? There's the smoke that comes in, the flashbang as well, and then he's Molotov afterwards. I mean, what can you do in that? When you've got the molly burning at your feet, yes, you can swing around the right, but you're going to expose yourself to an immediate gunfight and at potentially a disadvantage. So try to catch them off guard, go into the Molotov itself, hopefully get one, which he does, but it's really not enough given how out of position Might were trying to get back into the A site. And it all falls to Nifty. He either hits that shot, which is not an easy one to hit, or they back off. And as soon as he misses, they pull the plug, say, let's save our 4 rifles. We have no reason to re-engage here. The odds are we've lost the site and we'll be able to take it back. So Lag, proven to be quite resilient, tying it up 3-3, and good patience there. In fact, didn't rush the issue, didn't force it towards A, waited, tried to play the mind games with Might, and it ends up working. We'll see if Might make an adjustment here. No, they're going to do the exact same thing as in the previous round. Take that aggressive mid-control. This time, Lager coming around. What a shot from Nifty. Hits the shot onto base with the AWP. Makes it a 5v4.
Love that. The smoke popper, the quick shotter, and they're away. They're just so swift into it. It's like a striking cobra. They find their prey and then just whoosh, right out of there.
Beautiful.
That's gonna stutter Lag. As they're just reeling, thinking, how do we approach this now? With the player in towards A main, I mean, they can reroute. They can take this back towards Donut. The problem is this time it's much more reinforced. You got Louis with utility. Oh,
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Scar gets away with one. Scar gets away with one. And the spam even connects for a bit. Ooh, peeking on the popper. No, just an 8 through. But here comes the bop. Scar gonna play into it. That's ambitious.
Uh-oh.
I think he thought that was a flash and they try and phase through on him. And now they've lost Louis as well. So the site is down. And the attempt at the cheeky play in Donut might have just cost them this round.
Yeah, I mean, for Scar, I understand the idea, trying to go into the smoke, but, you know...
Thinks it's a flash.
Yeah, exactly. And when it's a nade, that completely blows your cover, and it catches the player off who's standing in the smoke way more than the one that's throwing that nade, so he just doesn't have the time to react to that play. Well done from Lag again. Taking that A site. Louis, of course, just so isolated at that point, having to look in 2 different directions. Nothing could happen there. Lag will take the lead back after only having it briefly after winning that pistol round. Nifty, 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 nifty. You lost the AWP. Is it going to get back? Okay, DJ's got it. It's okay. He grabs it just in the nick of time.
It's still not great.
It's
one
not
extra gun out,
but
far
it's
from
better
ideal.
better than losing the op, I would say. And I think they'll still be okay to get guns out for everyone. Yeah, Louis has to settle for an SMG, but MP9 can work for him, I think. I would have
We'll
him
see.
posted up close to A main, perhaps.
This is a very tense round now, though, John. I mean, we've seen this, right? Lag. Chance to pull away here on the T side. Nifty tries to go for that exact same window peek. The exact same that started things off in the last round. This time, a Molotov pushes him off of it. So Lag are adjusting their setup. They want this B take. And having heard, perhaps, the tick of that Molotov in middle, I mean, they might know that the actual B defense is lighter.
Maybe.
Pressure on for Snakes, but he's deployed utility well to stall this out, and Lag don't want to test it.
I mean, Lag, if there's one thing I got to give them credit for on the T side, it's a ton of patience. Not much anxiety about where they're going to go. They're very calm, poised.
Look at this space towards A.
Yeah.
Look at how much space has been given towards A. I'm surprised with how committed Nifty is that they're still floating over, but without window control, without anyone forward in cave as well, they're very nervous about the window peak. As I say that, though, Scar's getting active. But there's going to be no one on the timing. They're just in towards site clean. A couple shots wrung out from Louis, but that just doesn't really matter. It's certainly not going to persuade them. One smoke into Donut, and they're good. But the smoke went A main. There's got to have been a missed smoke there. I think there might have even been two. But somehow it's going to work out. Louis dead. Man advantage. Player coming Donut late. In Nick. And he's actually waiting. They think it's going to be a save. They're correct. But I don't know what Nick thinks he's doing for the punish. Sorry, it's Experative who's back there. Not going to try for the hunt. Not going to try for the punish. Just going to let them get away with this one.
Yeah. A little odd on that one.
Don't need to do that at this point. You got a lot of money.
Yeah. Maybe just a bit of an experience coming through there. Perhaps the nerves are shining through a little bit for some players here on Lag. Either way, they're going to take a 5-3 lead, and I think the problems are more on Might's side. Their CT sides have left a lot to be desired so far here, and again, like a very big defensive gap left on the A side, which is oftentimes the way teams like to play Ancient. Just when you see the opponents continually abusing it round after round after round, eventually you have to say, okay, let's put 2 players there and at least have some sort of proper hold that we can kind of rely on, and maybe even 3 in the early parts of the round, just to kind of keep that presence there and give up a little bit of mid control, maybe post up Nifty as the opper there, and then have anchor on the B site. That could be Snakes. I think Snakes could anchor it well for the early goings and then get the reinforcements later. Anyway, look, there's a lot of different approaches that that Mike can take, but that A site, something needs to change. They need to answer to what Lag is delivering them.
It is interesting they haven't gone for any sort of A main or mid elbow aggression, right? They got spanked that one round. They went for the aggressive A setup.
And then they stopped, which they
played it very passive since.
I don't think that it was because they played aggressive they lost that round. It's because they misplayed the aggression that they lost it. So, yeah.
See if a changeup's coming through. It's just Louis towards this side early on.
It's the same thing.
Does seem to be.
This is just weird. Maybe it's just for the early util. Maybe I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Early util towards B, and they'll rotate someone over to the A site. Because if I'm Lag, I'm going there again. Like, I'm going there until it doesn't work.
And they're hearing you. I mean, especially with it being Louis the stand-in playing, right?
Exactly.
If there was one weak spot you'd be looking for, no offense to Louis.
No, yeah.
It's going to be the stand-in. Timely smoke up. This time, Scar comes over to reinforce. But they don't have any vision mid. There could be a player in Donut now. Base getting a kill. Oh, my.
That could help.
That's certainly going to freeze up Snakes. Nothing he could do about this to rotate off. They seem to be committed towards going A. Base is just trying to throw a little bit of a fake here. And at least for the moment, Might's not biting. Double stack up on the big box. This is going to get to be a weird fight. Scar has to smoke up, keep himself from burning. Second molly goes in. Louis gets two.
Louis, okay.
The spray down successful. But still with the site lost. This bomb's going down. And no one from Might is willing to brave the smokes to go through with it.
That's a good trade coming through.
Ooh, look at this wrap, though. Look at this wrap from Based. Bomb's not planning for him. They're just going to defuse. They're just going to defuse. No one's peeking. No one's peeking. Bomb has been defused. Both players played way too safe there. The bomb was planted for Donut, and they needed someone to be able to reinforce from it.
Oh, that should have been around for Lag. They just needed to play it a little more aggressively on the post plan. Like you said, way too passive, too far away to really deal with it. And DJ, recognizing that, just decides to stick to defusal and wins the round for his squad. Perhaps one that Mike shouldn't have gotten there, but a fourth will indeed come through. I love that frag to open things up by Base towards the B site, onto Nifty, and then just gaining that space. Even though Mike do hang 2 players back towards A, it's Louis standing in the fire and the flames, managed to get 2. I mean, you just need to put a ton of pressure on him, and I guess with the Molotov, and he's able to deliver a couple, which was great. and it helped them at least have the chance to get back in. Here's another opening frag found towards the B side, a lot earlier on in the round this time from OG Wizard. Based into cave. Snakes by his lonesome, and it's going to get even worse for Might now as Nifty was caught getting way too aggressive out towards mid. Oh boy.
Well, at least there's a freebie there. That might just allow Louis the save. Chance on the AK round, certainly not in doubt. At this point, Lag are going to hunt. No reason to let them take a gun through. And Based will not allow him to. So no gun gained. The change-up pitch comes through from Lag to great success. And now Lag, I mean, have at least secured an even line, and it's an eco out from Might, so this could get even better.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily mind Might getting aggressive towards mid because there's been so much pressure put on A main, so I think Nifty was trying to get on that flank. It's just that I just don't feel like necessarily Nifty should have been the one going for it. Maybe should have had someone else kind of charging in there. Maybe one of your riflers going out and looking for those fights. Anyway, good on Lag. Changing up the play a little bit, going towards that B site, and a great opener from OG Wizard, who's been quite quiet in his first half of the pack, despite the 6 rounds. Oh, here comes a fight, an experative, along with OG Wizard answering the call nicely. 4 frags combined amongst them. Scar, the last one standing. It's just pistols for Might, of course.
Just
not
pistols.
much expected, but they do make it clean on the Lag side.
Easily done. Gotta win the gimmies to make it happen. It was a 7-5 on Mirage.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be looking to do one better here.
Yeah.
Admittedly, again, reminding us of Mirage, it was the T side that was much more impressive for Lag. They struggled on the defense. We'll have to find out if that's going to be the case here again.
Maybe they can change it.
Maybe they can change their fortune. It's actually crazy to think that for Might, I mean, this required a crazy Snakes 5-7 round. Nifty, straight into the fray. Snakes, trying to get Util out. Gets his bell wrong. And this is falling apart for Might.
Maybe not.
Defense here, Scar. A blinded up Molotov goes a little awry, but OG's able to trade it. Bomb down. Louis under pressure, fumbling some Util, but he's got the kill through. And now it all falls to Experative. Wanted to check to make sure the player wasn't on the bomb. Experative on Louis, a 1-for-1 duel. Experative just gonna airbomb this Molly on the tap of the bomb.
Oh, a little early. And into a smoke?
And off target entirely. Didn't have the lineup. Thought he had the cool play, but instead it will be Louis to bring it through. 10-second defuse and all. 5-7, the scoreline once more as we hit the path. back in with the second half. And away we go with this pistol round. Well, we get a repeat story from Mirage, where it might just put the difference between the two teams on display. There were big issues for Might in this first half. I think this defense might have exposed the fact that they've got Louis standing in a little bit more.
Yes, absolutely. No question. I mean, like, Louis, even though I can't fault him for everything at all, and we shouldn't, because it's a team effort at the end of the day, there were a lot of moments where it felt like Lag were abusing the position that Louis was in, because they knew that he was the weakest player to target, right? So, did manage to get some interesting frags, though. So can't take that away from him. But now on the T side is where that becomes less of a factor, and it becomes more about your opening frags. Oh, nice shot fading away by Experative onto DJ. Scar managed to slip through though, and Snakes, despite being blinded, still finds the headshot. Scar gets one and Snakes finds his second. There we go. B site cleared out.
There's the Snakes effect. There's the Snakes effect. They could circumvent him a whole lot in the first half. Not so much anymore, but it's the dualies here. The quaddies out, and Snakes continuing to hit headshots. His fourth pistol kill found, and Snakes is thriving.
How does he only take, what, 24 damage in that round? That's ridiculous.
He just stands still and shoots, man. He's not even dodging. He's just hitting headshots.
I mean, there was a little bit of dodge in there, I have to say. Like, some of the strafing was there, but I agree with you, Mike. Like, he's literally in the same spot for the entire time, and they just can't hit him. They can't hit him. Nice headshots. Might get a 6, and honestly, I kind of am expecting a repeat of Mirage, where Might kind of put on a clinic on their T side. Like I said, you know, you have going for those entries, Scar, along with Snakes, maybe throwing DJ in the mix there once in a while. But, I mean, these guys don't have to worry as much about, you know, the weak points, because they can just focus on the tip of the spear. All right, DJ.
DJ focusing on farming up them eeks in this round. And them eeks have been farmed successfully. Delicious, delicious eco kills. 7 HP, and they're like, where did he get to? Where'd he get to? He had to get away. Where's that experative? Well, I'll be allowed to leave for the moment. Live for the moment, rather. And with this bomb down, Might will tie off the scoreline right off the rip here in this second half.
There it is. Experative poked his nose around cave. Louis gets a frag, and that will do it. Might tie it up 7-7. Here come the rifles for Lag, but that didn't really change much on Mirage, and we'll see if that perhaps will give them better fortunes here on Ancient. But, you know, Might, maybe because they're a bonus round here. They've got 2 AKs, still very potent, a Galil, and the 2 MAC-10s, perhaps a little bit vulnerable. But hey, look, if you go for a fast play, you keep the MAC-10s on the front lines, maybe they're effectively mitigated on this round, especially if they can find some frags. But it doesn't look like that's what they want to do. I mean, you have Louis kind of lurking towards the B site. Nifty is always on the back lines, trying to set up that util. So it is just the rifles going in for that opening frag, which, again, I don't necessarily mind. Maybe the MAC-10s can do that finishing touch damage on the players that the rifles could damage. OG Wizard waiting behind the box here. Big box. No one's clearing it. No one's clearing it. OG Wizard gets one. Not a second. Great flashbang thrown by Nifty. That is what he's known for. Experative managed to get the trade through the smoke. And then a follow-up by Nyx will help immensely. Now it's just the 2 MAC-10 players, but guns are on the ground. Nifty fakes the plant. He's probably going to back off to the B site.
Yeah, he's leaving. He's leaving. Louis found the path. The path forward. The question is, do you get caught by Nyx here?
Oh, I think that smoke's a little too early.
Ooh, it does pull Nyx away from the red room peak, though, which actually allows Nifty to get here. I don't mind the play. The problem is they are going to come through. So now if you're Louis, you need to be prepared for that reality. Bomb's going to go down. 3 players bunched up.
Nice nade.
Nice nade. Louis has one. Louis has one. Come on.
Throw it, Louis.
Throw it. Throw it, Louis. Too late. Gotta go to the guns now. Louis gets the first. But a low HP Nifty's now got a bomb to defend. He's got a lot of trouble to do with it. Needs to hit the headshots. He knows. Tap on the bomb. Spray out. He'll have to reload. And they know that's the moment to strike. Plenty of time for that defuse. Nice recovery there from Lag. Takes a couple smoke kills to get it, but get it they do.
Yeah, and I love the play at the end, right? You just tap the bomb. You know that he's going to have to commit some spray to it because he has no visibility, and he does exactly that. Uses almost all his bullets just to try and find that. Pulls out the pistol, but it's just a USP available to him, and that's not going to be nearly enough to deal with 2 players on Lag with M4s in their hands. So, well played. They recover nicely. Like you said, a couple of smoke kills helped them find their way through. But again, it was a bonus round for Might, and I think that's where Lag found a win on Mirage as well. So let's see if things will change here once Might have the full AKs out, and that's exactly what they have. Louis charging out, throwing that Molotov immediately towards the B site, trying to convince Lag potentially that a full-on push is going to come through early on. In fact, there are 4 players postured here towards the B site. Nifty is looking around towards mid, throwing a Molotov. He got the smokes tossed out for Donut and Red Room. Base, getting around pillar, doesn't get anything. What a frag from Scar to open things up, and Snakes with the follow-up.
At least there's one brought back on DJ, but one more kill and this fast turns into a save. He gets this bomb planted. There's that kill hunted up. Snakes goes out, knows he just needs to secure it, and as it is now, this should be a bang-on save. That's a backbreaker of a round. Huge kills from Scars and Snakes. And now, well, all that momentum you got back from some fortunate breaks on the smoke kills, it's let out. Tires deflated.
Yeah.
Tough sledding in the next round ahead for Lag.
I have to say, Scar previously played with, I think, the Jungle and was also on Limitless at one point to get that experience in ECL. He's impressing me with these entries. He's going out on Mirage, he was doing well here. Again, he finds a wicked one, and I think it was afterwards Snakes finding the follow-up. Just so well played, getting into that B site. And those are the types of things you need from him. He might not be at the top of the scoreboard, but if he's getting those entries on T side and at least doing damage, I mean, that's all you could ask for.
It feels like he and Snakes are working really well as a tandem, too.
Yes, agreed.
In particular, they're going in 1-2 in most situations, and they seem to be working well as a pack, which is something you like to see if you're on Might. Pause taken here. Not sure exactly the nature of it. Would make sense to throw a timeout in if you were deciding if you wanted to risk things, but based on the HUD, I think we might have more of a technical problem. The HUD tells the tale, John.
Yeah, no, we got a tech issue coming through here.
Well, hopefully not a long one. Hopefully not a long one at all. And with the buy coming through, I would imagine it's not. So back to the lottery here, John.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't have another question. I feel like I've gotten enough out of the lottery question.
Okay.
My frivolous thing is I'd buy a classic car.
Oh, okay.
I'm not even that big of a car guy, but there's some of the classic, like particularly American muscle cars that are just, oh, they're so pretty. The like a 60s Mustang fastback or an old split windshield Stingray Corvette. Just one of those, just sit in the car and take out on weekends, or sit in a garage and take out on weekends and tootle around in.
Yeah, I'm not much of a car guy, Mike, so that would not be on my list at all. But I can understand it. They're very nice.
It's the kind of thing. It's literally like the last priority. Like I'm not trying to do this with my actual lifestyle, but literally, if I just had FU money where it just doesn't matter anymore, that's the thing that I'd do.
All right, looks like we're going to get back into the action here. Timeout has ended. Whatever technical issue was happening has been resolved. And we go into round number 17. Lag, looking for something, anything, to get their CT side going, which has not been pretty. Going all the way back to Mirage. 3 A1Ss, 2 MP9s. The utility is just so light, though. Only 2 smokes, no Molotovs to stop a quick push. And Might, it looks like they're kind of setting themselves up for that quick push up the ramp. Here they come. Smokes out. Molotov as well. And it's going to be down to the fights for Lag.
Snakes Timing on the strike. Scar thought he finished off the kill, and somehow both players are alive after this. I mean, a nade will end it. A molly will end it. A bullet will end it, but they lure him into the crossfire, and actually, good impact from Nyx, just being bait out there. That nade's, oh, I thought it was gonna commit. It would have been a kill. It would have been a kill, but he pops the smoke instead, and there's no one peeking. Louis will be dead to the second HA, but Snakes somehow lives on 1 point of health, and Nifty is flanking all the way around. Oh, he's gonna be here in time. I was gonna say timing might be the issue. Snake's lost, but DJ's there for the punish, and that is very nicely done. Might survive.
Wow. All right. Good hold from Might. Managed to take that round 9-6. Another tactical, I shouldn't say another. It's the first tactical timeout being called by Lag. We just had a previous timeout that was a tech pause. But this time Lag want to talk things over. Money's not great. Losing that round. And that beginning of it was just pandemonium, Mike. Neither team could finish their food. The spray's not connecting, and it felt like things could change in a moment's notice with a nade being tossed, but it just never happened from either side. And eventually Might wins those duels despite being very low HP. If one of the Lag players tossed a nade down ramp, it could have been curtains for Might. Instead, they do manage to fight their way out, and eventually they find their rhythm. So we go into things here. Might, they've got the lead back in their hands, 9-8 in their favor. And looking at Lag, they are just going to try pushing up mid. I don't mind it. A risk with the pistols in hand, although Nick does have the MP9. They could find a fight here with Nifty. This is such a tough spot for Nifty to be in. I mean, yes, he has the advantage in terms of firepower, but 4 crosshairs are now looking in his direction after he fired off that shot.
Yeah, on this smoke fade. Good luck, Nifty. Oh. Back around the corner. This is the way to do it. Couple impacts there. Now, that actually funnels them back into towards A. And Nick! Oh, Nick gets 3? Are you kidding me, Nick? The bomb's here. They're going to commit. They're up against the pistols. That's it. But Nifty now in a 1v1. And a deagle on the other side. A body shot might be enough to do it here. Certainly 2 would end this. It's all about who finds contact first. Behind these boxes, based.
Oh,
playing with them. 1 more shot needed. And the bomb is right in his grasp is the big problem. Nifty thinks a kingdom, a Molotov, my kingdom for a Molotov. Oh, this protracted duel. My base is repositioned. Win with the bomb claim. Now he's out. Trying to read this rotation from Nifty. Nifty could actually hit him with the double back. 23 seconds. Does he have the time to go around towards B? Does he just route donut?
I don't think he does.
He's got just enough time to make this work, but the problem is, oh, Base is beating him to the punch. Base predicted this. Base read him like a book, and that's a beautiful effort. Just pistols on for Lag.
I mean, I like the idea for Nifty. I think it was just very telegraphed, right? At that point, once he grabs the bomb, I mean, it feels like that was his entire objective the whole time, to grab the bomb and go B. And it's a perfect read on the Lag side, rotating back to B, and the deagle's enough. I understand fighting back into that 2v3 for Might because there are so many guns on the ground. Like, if you leave that fight and you try to plant B at that moment, then you have 3 rifles to worry about on the other side going for a retake. Versus there, they try to take the fight, win the duels against the pistols. It works out almost. Then there's that last player with the deagle, and Nifty just cannot lock him down and take him out of that round. And of course, at the end of the day, a perfect read means that no time for Nifty to actually get to the B side. I actually probably would have preferred him faking it and going back to A, but he has other plans. He was fully committed to B, and I mean, with 13 seconds left, yes, he would have made it in time to plant the bomb, I think, but it would have been so very close, and one thing goes wrong and you're done, and that one thing absolutely did go wrong.
A little bit of a hot issue here, but you'll just have to bear with us for a round. We had a player drop and reconnect, so we've got Secret Agent OG Wizard in this round. Not visible on the minimap. Not visible on the board, but he is holding a main. So we'll just assume that. Try and keep you updated on his rotation, though we ourselves are in the same boat you are. Viewer watching at home, we can't see him either.
No,
Only on the X-ray.
but he's there. He's a wizard, in fact.
He is.
So he's using an invisibility spell.
An OG one might say, and he is going to connect. This is not experative. This is, in fact, OG Wizard. Nicely hit there. Starts them off well, and now might. In a tough spot, because look at this. They've gained so much space towards B. That makes this spot a lot easier to deal with. Such a passive hold from Lag. Smoke's going to go down. They've got the deep angle. The bomb's going to be playing it open. Now here's the battle in. And with Nick's now lost, this is disastrous.
Don't forget they still have
found the nade, trade snakes. And that will confirm a confident retake is about to be on the books.
Oh, that re-smoke, though. And they don't have any flashes.
Nah, they're going through it. They're going through it. Not a problem here. Ooh, G Wizard, lucky to be alive, but now it is just DJ all on his lonesome. And the jump through from OG, the no-scope. Are you kidding me?
OG Wizard is continuing to impress here. A jumping no-scope shot hit. I thought that because the smokes are out, they don't have the flashbangs, that there would be a potential advantage if Might holds the angle around the smoke, but they don't. They back off, and then they lose that one player afterwards. I mean, I thought OG Wizard was dead to rights. He wasn't. Then he hits the jumping no-scope. So, you know, he continues to defy expectations. As we're back into things here, a timeout going to be called by Might to talk things over, as they should. It feels like this map might be slipping through their fingers.
I think most critically as well, that's a round that's put some life into OG Wizard.
Yes.
Right? He was top of the board. He was dominating over on Mirage. Has been kind of been quieter here. He's been fine, but he's been quieter. And they a little bit of heroics in that last one, maybe putting the flare back into it. You're just running out of wiggle room now if you're Might. Their win condition has activated. They've got the lead. You're on an eco. Thinking a lot about that lost round of pistols right now.
Yep. I mean, both teams tend to play very close matches on Ancient. I mean, even when you look at the fact that Mike did 2-0 Mythic, it was 13-10. So pretty close in that affair as well. Nick is going to get the opener, a second one as well. Snakes has managed to get the trade, but so much damage delivered from the bullets and the util by Lag that this shouldn't be too tough to close out. Yeah, OG Wizard finds Snakes. Nifty is going to be dropped again, and it's only Scar left and no longer.
Nice bit of micro there from OG Wizard. Feeling the timing coming up. Donut getting the kill there. Readjusting in towards A main. Nicely played. And we could have a split series here, John.
Yeah.
This round just about determines it. Might will be emptying out the pocketbook, turning their wallet upside down, shaking it like it's a cartoon, and a little fly will come out.
I mean, yeah, it is T-side, though. $2,900 loss bonus. They'll be able to scrounge together a buy in the next round should they lose this one. But, I mean, that would be very bad news for Mike in this map. Louis, oh my goodness, burning through the Molotov. Goes down to 24 HP just to gain that positioning and find out that no one is towards mid anyway. All right. Lag 3 players on B, 1 actually in red room. That's experative, and the solo hold on A for Lag is Nick. OG Wizard, that's not the guy you want to be fighting with. He's in cave with the off. Not a very, I would say, orthodox position for the AWP, but he makes it work.
He does indeed, and he shifted around, right? They've had him on A the last 2 rounds. You think you're avoiding him by headed to the other side of the map, and instead now you're down Louis and Scar. And life is getting very difficult indeed. Experative. The next one tested. Timing on that peak is brilliant. Catches DJ with his pants down. And the follow-up as well. Bomb down to dirt. Lag hunting for map point. And Snake's the only one who can do anything about it. And with the money as it is, he might just look to save. It's a long time to do so, but getting back into this round is not looking like a real possibility.
Feels like Nifty's looking a little lost on Ancient, I have to say. You know, a lot of the times he was going for that aggression on CT side, as Expert is going to clean up Snakes, finds his third in the round. A lot of times he was going for that aggression on CT side. It wasn't working at all. This time he's really in odd places on T side, oftentimes falling. That duel in the 1v1 not going his way. It's been a little tough to watch, but I mean, hopefully he'll be able to rally the troops here on this timeout. I mean, that's his role, after all, is calling the shots as the IGL. If he can do that, then all will be forgiven.
Not a lot to work with in this one, though.
No.
You're drawing it up on the chalkboard. Going to emphasize the utility at the cost of some of the weaponry. It means we've got 2 MAC-10s out and a Tech 9 and a Deagle. DJ the only one with the big gun. So a little bit of a hero buy for DJ, perhaps. Normally seeing this kind of a buy, you'd expect a faster play. Oh, they actually sacrifice a bunch of util for another rifle. But, frankly, with everything on the line, do they have the chutzpah to go for that faster hit? Looks like it. 4 players headed towards B early. Just going to be nifty to have a little bit of presence in towards mid. And look at these nades. Actually, they don't do that much.
No.
They
looked like they were going to.
Mini-map. Love the idea. Love the spam damage out on Scar. At least for a moment. Might are wary that they could get a cave push. The way this is designed, it's to hesitate to hold for aggression, take a little bit of cave presence, and then explode on towards B. That's the play call as it seems. Made utility to limit their vision, limit their information. And here comes the utility over. They're going on in. They spotted one. There's actually a 3rd player coming over. The defense is good for lag. It's a little far afield. They might have to concede this bomb plant here.
Definitely.
And now, yeah, I mean, the flashbangs have backed them way the heck up. Bomb still hasn't crossed. This is a little bit weird. They're actually past the Molotov. Trade on 1. But it doesn't go their way. Spam through will at least keep the numbers even. I want to put this away here and now. It doesn't get easier than this opportunity, than this chance. But Experative splits the difference on the 2 players. And now OG Wizard, a rare miss. It all falls to Nick. The nade might take Scar. It does indeed. But Nick still has work to do with the rifle. Right idea on the peak. He's got the kit. He might have just found the gap between them, but nifty.
Oh, there we go.
Will hit a ripper of a dig. And it's going to be Might still fighting.
All right, Nifty delivering when it counts here. Nice shot from the Deagle. 10th round found and a great strategy called, right? They just slowed down the pace, went towards the B site, found that presence, that space over in mid, and also cave. Did pretty much exactly as you were describing, Mike, finding the cave presence and then going and pincering onto the site. Got the important trades and frags onto the site proper, and then a great post-plant defense. And I mean, some good flashbang utility usage in the post-plant to force lag into a tough spot. Still, it's going to require another great round from Mike because lag have full-on utility and guns. They got the 4A1Ss and the AWP, and OG Wizards not missing that time. Overkill with the headshot onto Nifty. The thing is, it's a ruse. They're going to the A site, and they've got a free site to plant on. Nice little fake there.
It is indeed. Louis, though, instantly cleaned up here and towards Donut. He's going to be Snakes. Snakes is working his way around, but he's got to get going on this. He's got to get a boogie on it. Trying to flank them up in towards Donut. The Molotov locks out the 1. Do they smoke for this bomb defuse? Uh-oh. Snakes might be in real trouble here. Does he have the lineup? It's a little high, and he's dropped down, and this game's over. Lag winning here on Ancient. They split the series up against Might, and that is an important 3rd win on the season now for Lag.
Yeah, absolutely. 3-1. They continue to play really solid, fundamental Counter-Strike on the Lag side, right? I mean, sure, Mirage was a little bit tough, and there were some defensive lapses on that side that really cost them. But this time, you know, yes, they have a little bit of struggle at the beginning of the half, but afterwards they really tighten things up. They play a great Ancient, honestly, and I mean, they managed to get that control early on, were passive at the right moments, didn't get over-aggressive as I think kind of Might were guilty of on their CT side, and everything worked out quite well.
Yeah, it did indeed. And I mean, I think this is an impressive win for Lag when you consider the context, right, John? Because yes, Might is another move up team. Yes, Might is another team that's probably going to be on the lighter side this season, but the experience, when you're talking about Nifty, when you're talking about DJ, when you're talking about Snakes, this is a very hard team for a newer squad, a rookier squad to deal with. And so when you split the difference with them, now you're putting yourself up into this echelon where, you know, maybe you're already removing yourself from direct relegation contention. You're already removing, you're starting to push out of the relegation pack and into, well, we could get into playoffs, you know, securing that spot into the 7th to 10th range so that you're at least in the fight, at least in the hunt. In your first season of ECL, if they could get there, if they could do that, regardless of what happens up against the top tier of this league, that's still an impressive result.
Exactly. It's about the experience as well, getting into playoffs, right? You get the result and you get to play all these very good teams in the playoff bracket. So anyway, if that happens, we'll see. We're going to see the MVP coming up here. And I believe it is going to be Nick. Yeah, this is totally understandable for me. 21 frags, 94 ADR, 1.50 KDR. But it's not just that. It's the impact frags. That one round comes to mind, Mike, when he was waiting right next to Tree at the A site and gets a 3K with an MP9 up against AKs. That tilted the tides in favor of Lag.
Yeah, it absolutely did. It absolutely did. Without that round, I mean, this is probably going Might's way. They're going to be kicking themselves when they review it, just recognizing the opportunity that they gave up, the chance that they gave up, and what looked like a sure thing. And I mean, the flip side when we look at Might as well, right, is start of this season, look, they're 3-1 as well. This is going to be competition. We're going to be looking at Might, and we're going to be looking at Lag, and we're going to be comparing them down the stretch. They're starting out similarly. They're in similar positions, but they've got different stories for how their players got here. And so it is kind of an interesting parallel to hold them to. But we'll have to find out as time goes on. That concludes this week of the ESL Challenger League broadcast. Thank you for tuning in here in North America. We'll see you next week for more action. In the meantime, good night, everybody.